Some members for being with us again on our second day of this meeting. And as is our custom, as we come into communities, we do ask for our local folks to come bring a welcome and tell us a little bit about their community and what they've got going on and a little bit about what they're proud of. So this morning, as we get started, we're going to hear from Denise Wood. She's the city councilwoman here for the city of Dalton. Ms. Lynn Lafter, chair lady of the Whitfield County Commission, and Mr. Rob Bradburn, the president of the Dalton Chamber of Commerce. So if the three of y'all would come on forward, and the floor and the mic is y'all's.
Good morning. I'm Denise Wood, the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Dalton, and on behalf of the Mayor and Council, I welcome you to our beautiful city. And one other thing I wanted to say, with my other hat in my day job, I work for Mohawk Industries, and so I want to just give my appreciation to all of the elected officials, the educational representatives for what you do for workforce development in our state. Thank you so much, and again, welcome to our city. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, my name is spelled like laughter, but it's actually pronounced laughter, but I'm used to that. I answer to laughter or laughter. I'm the chairman of the Whitfield County Commission, and I am just thrilled to welcome you to our community today, and I want to thank you for coming to Northwest Georgia, a very pretty part of the state, and learning what we're doing about workforce. And I just think it's so important that all the communities in Georgia work together, because there's areas we can use help on, and I'm hoping we can help all of you with what we're doing with workforce development. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a good time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Rob Bradham. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Dalton Chamber of Commerce here in Dalton, Georgia, and on behalf of the business community here in Georgia, here in Dalton, I would like to welcome you here. Now, my friends Denise and Lynn made a mistake. They left me a lot of time to talk. And you never let the chamber guy have a lot of time to talk, ladies. You know that. I'd like to spend that time telling you a little bit about our community and our dominant industry here. We are a manufacturing community. We have been a manufacturing community for the better part of 70 years in this community. We're very proud of that. We're a community that makes things. And when you make things, you create wealth. And we're very proud to be a community that makes things. As you know, our dominant industry here is the floor covering industry. And I think you probably all know that modern tufted carpet, like the carpet we're standing on or sitting on this morning, was invented right here in Dalton, Georgia. And today, the carpet industry is no longer the carpet industry, it's the floor covering industry, because most of the major companies within the carpet industry have diversified across all of the floor covering products. I think you all know that Dalton was hit the hardest, second hardest of any community in the country during the last recession. Our unemployment went from very low single digits, around 2%, to 14% at the height of the recession. I'm pleased to say today that our floor covering industry in our community has recovered. Our unemployment right now is right at 5.2%. So it's not the 2% it was pre-recession, but we're at 5.2%. I think if you asked any of the folks who are going to talk to you today about workforce development, they would tell you that they feel like we're at full employment here in Dalton, which is great. But it creates a challenge for us on the workforce development side. We have two priorities at the chamber right now. Next year that'll change a little bit. Priority number one, workforce development. Priority number two, diversification of our industry. We love our floor covering industry. Our floor covering industry is what made our town what it is today, and it's a wonderful community. But we also understand that diversification of our industry is good for the community long term. And so those are our two priorities of the chamber. You're going to hear a lot today about the workforce development side. I've been a chamber guy now for 10 years. This is the third community I've worked in. I've been here about 2 years. And my portfolio at the previous 2 chambers I worked at was workforce development. And I'll tell you this, our workforce development partnerships that we have in this community are second to none in this country. Our business and industry, our K-12 systems, our technical college, and our 4-year institution work together seamlessly on workforce development issues. It's a blessing, and I'm proud to be a part of it. We appreciate you being here today, and I hope you have a very successful morning. I'm going to apologize. I've got to run out and do some economic development stuff today, so I'm doing my job, but I wanted to be here to welcome you and thank you for being here. I hope you have a great day. Thank you.
We're running a little ahead of schedule, so that's good. I'm thinking when the speaker gets here, he might give the benediction. But our next speaker is Pete McDonald, who's the president of Northwest Technical College, and let's welcome him up here.
Sorry, just a moment, I'll get this going. See, I'm not sure that's, is that, did I give you the right? No, no. Yes, okay, all right, okay, all right. Sorry. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity I have to be here and to speak to you from the technical college perspective here in Northwest Georgia. I am president of Georgia Northwestern Technical College, and I've been with the college for 23 years. Been president a little over 4 years. So I'm glad to have this opportunity. As I'm sure all of you know, technical colleges play a vital role in workforce development in our state. What I'm going to speak to today in about 15 minutes, hopefully, is give you a quick overview of our college, focus on student success, talk a little bit about student achievements, and the partnerships we have in economic development with the companies and our local school systems. As I'm sure you know, we have 22 technical colleges in our system spread across the state. We offer 3 levels of credit. We offer associate degrees, technical diplomas, and technical certificates. We have 3 areas of operation: technical education, economic development, which includes Georgia Quick Start, continuing education. In the recent years, we've been asked to offer driver's education, which we are doing, and we do customized industry training. And we also are charged with conducting the adult education programs, both English as a second language and GED preparation. Our college, we serve 9 counties in the northwest corner of the state. Proud to be here in Dalton today. We have 6 campuses. You can see the ones that are stretched out there. Our most recent campus addition is in Catoosa County, up in the edge of Ringgold, and it just opened a year ago. This will be our 2nd fall semester at that location. The other locations, the one in our Walker County campus and our Floyd County campus, are our oldest campuses. And the Rome campus was started in 1962, and the Walker County campus was started in 1967. And the others on the south is in Rockmart in Polk County. We have a campus in Calhoun in Gordon County. We have a campus here in Whitfield Murray. Campus is here in the edge of Dalton. And so we're proud to have all these campuses. Our student profile, we are 67% female, 33% male. 70% of our students receive federal Pell Grants. 55% receive the Basic Hope Grant, and 30% are taking associate degree level classes which qualify for the Hope Scholarship. Our enrollment last year, we had approximately 4,500 adult credit students. We had 1,807 move on when ready students, which are now being referred to as dual enrollment. Those are students who are still in high school but taking college level classes. We served 3,250 adult education students and provided 45,000 hours of customized training and granted 110 driver education certificates. Career pathways. These are the academic areas that we serve: industrial programs, medical programs, information and business technology, and public service. Just a quick thing, if you'll look over on the far right, the cost of our technical education is extremely affordable. This is for each semester. Our tuition costs at Georgia Northwestern is $1,335 per semester. But with the whole grant, that's reduced to $330. So it's very affordable for most students. We have a great relationship with Dalton State College. Dr. Margaret Venable is here with us today. But there's an agreement, as I'm sure you're aware, between the technical college system and the university system schools for transfer credits. And you may have a hard time reading this, but this is a list of courses that we have transfer credits that we teach and can transfer into a university system college or university. Student access. Most of our programs are Pell eligible, which makes it helps the students. Of course, we have the 1% Georgia loan to help those that need it. The Zell Miller Scholarship for Hope Grant, those are with 3.5 GPA and above. The regular Hope pays approximately 71% of the tuition presently. The Hope Career Grant covers several specialized areas. This is Governor Deal's came out of Governor Deal's strategic industry process. And we have several programs in the health area. We cover this covers industrial systems, precision manufacturing, several programs in information technology, our CDL truck driving program, and our early childhood care program. And that pays 100% of tuition, which is fantastic. We are, of course, been charged with Complete College Georgia initiative, which all the colleges are participating in, and we are on goal right now to meet the 2025 numbers. And we are a member of Achieving the Dream. You may not have heard of that organization. This is a national consortium of two-year colleges focused on student success and student achievement. And we are going into our fourth year this fall. Mentioned Complete College Georgia. As Governor Deal has mentioned many times, approximately 60% of jobs 2020 and beyond will require a college degree or a college credential beyond high school. And so we're very focused on that. The technical college system numbers we've got to generate 79,000 additional graduates over a period of years. Our college goal is additional 5,098 graduates. And you'll see there back in 2008, when we entered this process, we were graduating 1,168 students. We are currently a little over 2,000 each year. I mentioned achieving the dream already. It's a data-driven process. We measure everything, or try to, and we have established what we refer to as student navigators, and they are specialists on our campuses to help students with any hurdles that might occur, whether it be college-related or maybe even in their personal lives. To a certain extent, we try to help them if they are having issues. Of course, we are focused on skill-based education. Our message to parents and to students is to develop a targeted career path, and it's going to equal to success. We try to emphasize lifelong learning. In our economy today and in the globalization of our economy, it will require a continuous open mind to learn new things. Again, emphasizing that 60% of jobs will require post-high school education. I mentioned our new campus in Catoosa County. We are faced, all of us, with continuing to adjust to changing technology. Just a simple example is we're able to teach from one location with one instructor across all 6 of our campuses today. And you may say, well, why are you doing that? The reason we're doing that is we may have 3 students in Rockmart and 5 students in Walker County and 10 here in Dalton. We can form one class and teach via the technology that we have. Post-secondary credential is, in my view, is the process out of poverty. We have a lot of pockets of poverty and lots of challenges related to that, and we've really uncovered that and measured that in all of our counties through Achieving the Dream. So we are very focused on that. And also, we want our students to finish with 0 debt. That's our goal, and we are highly focused on that with help, of course, from all of you and Governor Deal and former governors, and with the HOPE program, with the 1% loan, with the funding you provide for our colleges in general, and with our foundation work. We grant a lot of, as all the colleges and universities do, we grant a lot of foundation money each year to help students stay in school and to hopefully finish on time. As I said, we serve 9 counties. 7 of those counties are pretty much rural. We had 2 counties in federal FY16 and FY17 that qualified as distressed counties based on the Appalachian Regional Commission judgment. We work with the ARC. Just in recent years, we've received 3 matching grants to start a chemical technology program here at our Whitfield Murray campus. We have a great partner in Dalton State. They actually were able to acquire a new science building in recent years, and they donated a lot of the chemical lab equipment that they had to us. And so it's being utilized. That was a state investment at some point, and that's being utilized on our campus. We just started a die repair program. That's part of our machine tool and CNC. You may not be too familiar with that, but this is a highly needed skill in the auto industry. Anyone that does stamping of metal parts, our auto suppliers in our area have struggled to find people with this skill in our area and really throughout the state of Georgia and other surrounding states. The third grant we received was to begin a mechatronics program in high school. We offer 2 technical certificates of credit in Chattooga County at Chattooga County High School and at Tryon City High School. And we're in our 2nd year there. It's going very well, and we're very proud of all three of these Appalachian Regional Commission grants. We have partnerships with the middle schools and high schools to create seamless education and hopefully leading to productive employment in the future. Just a quick, you can't read this, but this is the dual enrollment numbers from last year. Our college had the most in the state of Georgia. We granted over 17,814 credit hours to high school students, college credit hours. And we currently are entering this year. We are expecting over 2,000 students across our campuses, high school students. We work closely with industry. This is a photograph of middle school students back in the summer at our Catoosa campus. This was the Design, Engineering, and Manufacturing Camp, which Shaw Industries through the last few years has taken an eminent leadership role, and Brian Cooksey is the father of this. Brian's over here, but it's going great here in Whitfield, Murray area, and also up at our Catoosa campus, and and Brian may speak to that later, but basically it's to try and expose young people very early on to engineering and design types of learning, and hopefully that will lead to a lot of successful careers in the future. Since 1962, we have partnered with companies to provide skilled workers and specific occupational education. Some examples of recent years, our mechatronics training with the Mohawk employees. We've done chemical lab skill training for MFG Chemical. We've done production quality measurement for Evco Plastics. We've taught lean classes for lots of different companies. We just recently, you may be aware of the partnership between our state economic development workforce group and the federal level. We've have a program for registered apprenticeships, and we just recently entered into an agreement with Roper Industries, which is over in Walker County, just a little outside of the city of Lafayette, and we are starting a program for their apprentices there. Just last week, we had 25 apprentices from Georgia Power graduate at our Rome campus. 15 of those were in electrical apprentices and 10 were mechanical. And those individuals, I don't have a photograph of that group yet, but they are current employees of Georgia Power, stretched across many locations, but 100% of them earned our technical certificate and also pass the journeyman exam for the company. And that's outstanding because they will receive a substantial pay increase within the Georgia Power organization. We have great partnerships. Here's one with Dinsmore Machine Tool Company here in Whitfield County. We have a lot of CNC type equipment, and that is one program that will be expanded here. We are, thank you to all of you and to Governor Deal, we received funding for our phase 2 of our campus here out of this past legislative session, and construction actually starts in about 2 weeks, but we'll have a much expanded machine tool program on that campus. As I mentioned, the Roper Apprenticeship Program, this is a photo of the group with the plant manager and people from the company. A lot of their senior technicians are there, and their human resource manager. We try to offer classes at all age levels. Yeah, I mentioned high school students, but we also have people of advanced age that want to retrain themselves. And I'm sure all of you may face that someday. You may need some retraining. So, you know, we're open to taking any of you as our student. This is a lady who's 73 years old, just got her CDL. But to summarize, we are dedicated to preparing the citizens of Northwest Georgia for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. So our motto is get focused and get hired. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. I don't know if we should take questions or if you...
Are there questions? The partnerships that you have with local industry, I presume that same kind of relationship happens with the college and the K-12. Do y'all collaborate? And we've heard seamless as far as the way that y'all work on workforce development. Is that something that y'all meet regularly on, or is this industry driven rather than education driven? How does it happen, and how do we replicate that in other parts of the state?
Okay, I would answer that in two ways. Number one, in the technical college system, every one of our programs has a advisory committee, and that advisory committee is made up of area experts, people from companies that have those occupation areas. The second way we do this is we have a local board of directors, as you know, for each college, and those are composed primarily of business people that give us input on curriculum and other things. But we also, in our area, we have 5 college and career academies. Here in Dalton, we have the Northwest Georgia College and Career Academy. Our people are on the board of directors there. We work closely with the CEOs of the college and career academies to coordinate particularly the dual enrollment programs between the curriculum that the State Department of Education offers and our technical college system offers. Okay.
On the customized industry training, give me an example of kind of that process. Who would contact you and how they would go about qualifying for you to help them with customized industry training?
Okay. This is a fee-based process. The companies, we have, in our case, we have 2 individuals that call on companies in our area. We serve, each year we serve 40 or 50 companies in this way. We normally, depending on the company, we work through their human resource training organization. If it's a large company, if it's a smaller company, it may be the owner of the company or the plant manager that we would work with. But we meet with them, we listen to their needs. We try to identify subject matter experts, whether they be there in the company that we can coordinate with, or that we find have among our faculty many times. I'll just give you a direct example. We have a lot of automation, particularly in the flooring industry and in our automotive suppliers that are in our region. They use a lot of Allen Bradley PLCs, but the automotive industry is mostly a Siemens-based PLC process. So we are doing a lot of training related to Siemens technology that's come into our region. And we have 2 instructors that are qualified to do that. We also have the only motorman training center in the Southeast here at our Whitfield Murray campus. I don't know if you're familiar with Motorman, but it's a major automotive supplier-based robotic system. Right, that's how that works.
The Move On When Ready students, are you tracking those students? Are they going back into the industry, or are they staying at your institution or another institution in our state, or how are you keeping up with those students?
Yes, we do track them. There's a process called a National Clearinghouse, which we can inquire as to where these individual students go, whether they go on to another institution, they stay with us, or they go to work directly. You know, this has only been in place a few years, so to answer your question, generally they are staying in school. They're going either to the technical colleges or on to the university system schools. So I think it's a great investment the state is making, and will have great results for us in the future.
Okay, and the second question I had is on the strategic industries grants. Are those being utilized fully, or do we need more of those, or how are those working?
We always need more. No, I think they're being utilized. I mean, we just pick out a simple example, truck driving. As you know, there's a great demand for CDL drivers today. And these are individuals that many times do not have the money to pay the tuition. The CDL program has a lot of startup upfront costs. They have to have a health medical exam, and there's other requirements, and that helps tremendously with that. And when Governor Deal started the high demand career meetings around the state, the first meeting was held here in Dalton, and there were several company representatives there. The common challenge for all of them was what we might refer to as industrial mechanics. We call them industrial systems technicians, but that was the number one need that they had. They could not find individuals with this type of training. So when I think it was last year when the process added the industrial systems to the mix, that helped a lot of people that can get full tuition in that program. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
At a recent hearing relating to the funeral industry, it was brought to my attention about a proposal that may come before the General Assembly on next year. Currently, in the state of Georgia, funeral directors are also required to have a license for funeral director and embalming. And the proposal is to change it where they won't have to be required to have both licenses. And my understanding is part of that argument is there's only one technical college in the state of Georgia that offers mortuary science, which is down in Statesboro.
Yes.
Has there ever been any consideration for such a school of mortuary science in North Georgia, maybe through your technical college?
To my knowledge, there's not been a request or discussion. We definitely would, if there's a need, we would definitely consider that. Anytime in the technical college system when we have an established program like at Ogeechee Tech, as you refer to, it's easy for us to gain approval to offer that program. It would just be a matter of buying the necessary or establishing the necessary resources that we would need to offer the program.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
I'd like to get in the weeds a little bit on Move On When Ready. Last year, I think, the cost to the state increased by 36% to $78 million.
Mhm.
I have concerns of whether we can continue that rate of growth.
Right.
Is there a definition of who's not ready to move on first?
I'm not sure if there's a definition. We base in terms of, are you speaking to the students that are allowed to enroll in those programs? Is that your question?
I guess I'm asking, what is the criteria to determine if someone's indeed truly ready to move on?
Right. They, in our system, they have to pass they have to qualify through exam, and it's a regular standard college entrance exam. So if they make adequate scores on those exams, we accept them.
If I may continue, Mr. Chairman, because again, this is financial. At some point, we could get accused of cutting
Mm-hmm.
and hurting children.
Right.
Things of this nature, so I always get concerned with that. So let me continue if I may. Do you tie any of the Move On When Ready students to the rigors of a particular technical college course?
Well, as I say, in order for them to enter into normal college level courses, which are offered through Move On When Ready, they have to qualify through that placement exam.
How do you decide cosmetology for that student or truck driving?
Well, we don't decide. They decide. They decide which program they want to pursue.
And being a father of three, that all three had one thing in common before they graduated from the University of Georgia, which is they all changed their degrees.
Right.
I think we've all seen that. I'm just concerned about, as you know, there's multiple certificates.
Yes.
Multiple diplomas that we see all the time, and I'm a little concerned with the recruitment of somebody in the 9th grade to go into cosmetology. And then later doing the same thing to go into another course of field, and I'm just wondering about, is Georgia going to ultimately get the bang for their buck?
Right. Well, first of all, primarily these students are juniors and seniors. We are, among the college presidents, we're very concerned about offering 9th graders because they have to pass that exam, and most of them are not academically ready to take that exam. So that's a big concern to us. But specifically, again, the student with their high school counselor and their parents, they decide what program they pursue. Most of this today, most of the enrollment is in what I would refer to as freshman prerequisite classes: English, math, history, psychology. Those credits are going to transfer in the future to their whatever institution they go to. Now, we do have technical certificates of credit that are offered through the dual enrollment program. For example, in Rome, each year we have about 20 students that complete the mechatronics technician program, and they are immediately employable. They probably know more about PLCs than most of the people many people working in factories today. So they are immediately employable if they decide to go on and earn an engineering degree from Georgia Tech or Kennesaw State. They are ready to do that.
Mr. Chairman, finally, if this committee at some point could actually get the data that is collected of the number of students by grade level that take that exam and their pass rate, I think that would make sure that this committee makes sure that the state dollars are spent wisely. Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Okay.
Can you collect that data?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And emphasize again to you, no student is allowed to take a dual enrollment class that does not qualify adequately on that exam. And we have many high school students that do not qualify. Okay.
Also want to commend you for the fine job you've done. I've done a lot of work up there with Floyd, and I appreciate what you've done. And just, if I may, just piggyback to what you said about the students. Students are exposed, or should be, as you're working with your K through 12, to career pathways from the beginning. First
Yes.
grade, second grade, whatever. Middle school, they have those exploratory classes, but they're actually not picking until they get up into the junior, senior. But one thing I think that we need to say and emphasize is the fact that I commend you, the universities and the high schools, for being able to transfer a lot of this credit. I think you got about 30-something courses that can transfer from your school to the colleges, whatever, so the child is not penalized if they try to change majors. But my question to you, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is there was a concern a while back because we're trying to see that the high schools and that the universities and the tech schools did not lose money, but there was concern early on about materials, textbooks, whatever, and fees. Give me what creative ways have you found at your school to help you so that you're taking care of this textbook fee, the material fee, so that these high school students that are not being required to do it, that you're able to do that? Have you found some creative ways to do that?
Yes, we have. Just a little history there. When the dual enrollment Move On When Ready program was started a few years ago, each year we, quote unquote, lost money on books. The fee was not enough to cover the books. What we've done, and most schools are doing this today, we're using what is referred to as open source materials, which are either online materials. Some of them are completely free, and some of them have a small fee, maybe less than $10 for a course. And of course, we're all moving to a digital use of these types of materials. Most of our students today have laptop computers or tablets that's readily available. You know, you can get a small tablet for under $300 now, and that's the cost of one book. You know, we have science books, and I'm sure Dr. Venable can speak to this. You know, sometimes you have a science book that's almost as much as a tuition. So that's a challenge, but the textbook industry is killing themselves by keeping the fees so high, and they're forcing everyone to go to a digital format.
I commend you for that.
All right. Okay.
Other questions? When an industry comes to you and says, we need a particular course to train people, how long does it take you to respond to that?
Are you speaking of a credit program or non-credit?
Either one.
Okay. Well, let me answer non-credit first. As I said, to answer the customized training question, I'll give you an example. Pirelli Tire, which is down in Floyd County, they have a very advanced robotic process. And they came to us about 2 months ago and wanted some PLC training. Within 30 days, we were able to provide that training. That was a matter of locating the proper equipment, whether they had the equipment or we had the equipment, and the subject matter expert to offer that training. Now, if it's a credit program, we do that in a couple of different ways. One is, first we look to see if this program is offered, the proper program is offered in the state, in our state system. And if it is, of course, we can adopt those programs and transfer them to our institution. If it's a totally new program, and I would use the chemical technology as an example. Of course, here in Whitfield, Murray area, Gordon County, we have tremendous flooring industry, as referred to earlier, and much of that is a chemical-based industry, of course. And no chemical technology program exists in the state of Georgia. So we had to develop that curriculum from scratch, which we worked with the local industry people to help us define those proper curriculum, and gained approval to do this. We have to gain approval from our state system to offer any new program. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Yesterday, as we kicked off in LJ, we were fortunate to have with us Speaker of the House, and he's back with us again today. We've been tickled to have him with us the last couple of days and spend some time with the council last night, and having the opportunity just to have the give and take of some of the sidebar conversations and everything. It's always good for him to hear what you all are thinking as a council. And as Jay had mentioned yesterday, when he and I had been talking to the speaker about something along this lines, Jason and I had been talking about it, and Sam had been talking to all of us about doing something to look at the needs and issues of rural Georgia. And like Jay had said yesterday too, you say something sometimes, you wonder if it gets heard, and then all of a sudden, as we found out many times, as many of y'all have found out with our speaker, you say it, you may not hear anything from him for a couple of weeks, then all of a sudden he calls and says, all right, boys, we got some work to do. And so that's kind of what he did. And so I hope that all of you on the council and all of you that have been following us around the state have found what we've done to this point to be informative, because we felt from the outset that it was very important to understand the issues that rural Georgia is facing. You have to understand an issue, you have to understand a problem before you can diagnose what's going on. Just like when you go to the doctor. A doctor can't look at you and just decide that your blood pressure's too high or you're diabetic. He can look at me and tell me that I'm overweight real quick, but he can't always tell me all the other things that are going on. He's got to ask me a few questions. And so that's kind of what we've been doing for the last several meetings, and what we're going to continue to do going forward. But it's always good to have the speaker be with us, but I'm tickled to death with the interest that he has shown in this issue and his passion. He, like all of us on the council, is a member of our rural delegation across the state. He grew up in rural Georgia. He understands the struggles and issues. He understands that the struggles and issues in North Georgia are different than those in Southwest Georgia, and those in Southwest Georgia are different than those in Southeast Georgia. And the things that are issues in East Central Georgia are different than those in West Central Georgia. And so it has been my honor to along with Jay, to co-chair this so far this year, because I'm excited about what we're looking to do. I'm excited about what we've seen, and I look at all of these things as challenges and opportunities, not necessarily problems. And I want to thank the speaker for allowing us to do this and being a part of it. And I would ask that y'all welcome him to the podium this morning to make a few remarks as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being with us.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman England, for that very kind introduction, and good morning. I'll tell you how good it is to be with you today. When I'm in Dalton and Whitfield County, I feel like I'm at home. I'm just on the wrong side of the mountain. So my friends here in this community know what I'm talking about. But I want to thank all the members of this community for rolling out the red carpet for this group today and yesterday, and your hospitality is appreciated so very, very much, and we're just very, very happy to be here. And I think I speak for all the members of the House Rural Development Council when I say that. I want to particularly thank Representatives Steve Tarvin and Bruce Broderick and Jason Ridley, who do a great job representing you at the state capitol. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank again all the members of this council for being here. You know, when I selected this group back in April and May, I looked for the very best in the House of Representatives, and I found them. This was not something to pad a resume with. This was something to tackle a real challenge in our state, and I looked for the finest men and women in the House, and so I want to thank all of you for serving, and I want to thank all of you for being here. I told the group in LJ yesterday, this group has literally come from all over the state. They've come from Thomasville and Camilla and Winder, Moultrie, Glenville, Leesburg, all over to be up here in North Georgia for these 2 days. And they're here as volunteers, and I'm very happy that they're here. You know, when we create committees and councils in the House, we ask people if they want to volunteer to serve, and we get a few volunteers from time to time. We had over 60 people out of 180 members asked to be put on this council. So I had quite a chore in deciding who was going to be on, but I think I did a pretty good job at the end of the day. These members represent a broad cross-section of our state, but one thing they have in common is a commitment to elevating rural Georgia. They share my belief that the problems that they are tackling this year and next in making sure that the bright light of economic opportunity shines on all of our state is important. And it's important work that we're doing, and it's important work that cannot wait. You know, as I get older, I get a little less patient on some things. And so I hear around the Capitol say, well, y'all don't need to do that, or y'all won't do that next year because it's an election year. Well, let me tell you something. The problems in rural Georgia cannot wait on an election year. Because you know what? We're going to have an election year next year, and I hear there are people out here running for office. But you know, we're going to have that election, and then in 2 years we'll have another one, and then in 2 years we'll have another one. So we cannot wait to solve the problems or to try to advance the ball in rural Georgia for another election year. And so I want to thank all of these members of the council. Their leadership has dedicated themselves to ensuring that the ability of Georgians to succeed is not determined by how close they live to Atlanta. For that reason, I am proud to have as co-chairs Chairman Terry England from Winder and Chairman Jay Powell from Camilla, as well as the Vice Chair Sam Watson from Moultrie, leading this effort. These are outstanding leaders in the House who have a real passion for the issues that y'all are tackling. Now, as today's meeting begins, I want to note that this meeting is being live streamed over the internet so that Georgians can watch in real time what is going on here in this meeting. It makes it easier for citizens to engage with their House of Representatives, the People's House. And we're the only legislative chamber in Georgia that you can do that with. Just saying. But that's why I have asked a young lady to be here today and with her team, and that's Betsy Lynch and her team in the House Media Services office, because she's in charge of this, and she does so many important things that help us in the House. And y'all should be very, very proud of her, because Betsy Lynch is one of the greatest things to ever come from Dalton and Whitfield County. Stand up, Betsy. Today's session will largely focus on education and workforce development. It has become evident that having access to a ready and skilled workforce is a necessity for businesses large and small in every corner of Georgia. I know that our partners in this effort, like the Metro Chamber and the Georgia Chamber of Commerce, will work with you to identify the skills that businesses need today and they will need tomorrow. I also appreciate the willingness of state partners like the technical college system, the university system, and the Department of Economic Development to help us examine and improve our workforce development programs and initiatives. My goal is that this council will propose policies that will help foster an environment in which private businesses can grow and create jobs in every corner of rural Georgia. The reason is simple. Opportunity and prosperity should not, it cannot, be limited only to our metro centers. Every Georgian deserves the chance to live, work, and raise their families in each and every community in this state, whether it is urban, suburban, or rural. And with that, I'm going to close by saying how honored I am to serve as Georgia's 73rd Speaker of the House. It is an honor to work with a distinguished group of leaders among the 180 members of the House of Representatives, and I have every confidence in their ability to look at these issues with a long-term lens and find solutions that will benefit Georgia for generations to come. May God bless you, and may He continue to bless the greatest state and the greatest nation on the face of the earth, the state of Georgia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those of you who are not as familiar with the Speaker as those of us who serve in the House, you can understand why we're excited about our task, because he's excited about our task. And it makes it a really enjoyable experience to do what we are doing going around the state, when we know that we not only have his support, but he's following with interest what we're doing, because of the fact that what we do has a very good chance of getting implemented. Our next speaker today is Neil Biding, who's going to discuss the Quick Start program. Neil?
Well, that's a tough act to follow. I actually am going to introduce our speaker that is going to be talking about the Quick Start program. Tim asked me if I would give kind of a brief introduction of the technical college system. I'll try not to be redundant, as I know Pete did a great job of talking about their good work here at Georgia Northwestern. Let's see here. Is there any way we can get the focus? Let's see here. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. All right, great. Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chairman England, Chairman Powell, for your leadership, members of the council, your commitment to making sure that all of Georgia is prosperous, and we at the Technical College System stand with you in that endeavor. It's good to be here in Northwest Georgia. As many of you know, a couple of our great leaders at the system level, Commissioner Gretchen Corbin's from right down the road, and the chairman of our state board, Chairman Joe Yarborough, is from the Dalton area. They hated they couldn't be here with you all this morning, but they send their best. I wanted to, like I said, give kind of a 30,000-foot view of the technical college system and some of the things we do. Another thing Tim asked me to do is be brief, so I'm going to make sure that we keep the timetable here. But if you do have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. If I can't, then I'll make sure that I look it up and get back with you. First of all, here's our mission, to provide technical, academic, and adult education and training focused on building a well-educated, globally competitive workforce in Georgia. We are Georgia's primary resource for workforce development. We have 22 colleges and 85 campuses. 20 of those 22 colleges serve counties that are under 35,000 in population. So it's important to note that, you know, wherever you stand in the state of Georgia, there's a technical college system nearby to serve you. All of our colleges are SAC COC accredited, and we also have, at this point, 40 college and career academies under our purview, and we've enjoyed that great partnership with the Department of Education. We offer a wide variety, over 600 degree, diploma, and certificate programs. As President McDonald mentioned, you know, we do have those three main levels. So, you know, we want to make sure you're best prepared for your next step. So whether that's completing a certificate program, you know, or going on the full 2 years and obtaining your degree, we want to make sure you're ready and trained for your next step, whether it be workforce or continued education. Also, among those 600, we have, like he mentioned, the 28 courses in which we have an articulation agreement with the university system. We talked about the Hope Career Grant. In here, as Pete mentioned, are the 12 fields of study in which there have been an identified high demand in those fields. That came out of the governor's High Demand Career Initiative, and it was formerly the Strategic Industries Workforce Development Grant. We've shortened it because that was a bit of a mouthful, but it covers full tuition, and over 50% of our students are in those programs. We talked about our affordable education. This is the average 15-hour student. So let's say you're getting no assistance. It's just over $3,200. That's $89 per credit hour. We feel as though, you know, we're very affordable. With y'all's gracious support, the Hope and the Hope Career Grant, as well as the Zell Miller Grant, we've been able to provide assistance to students who are in-state and have obtained a 2.0 GPA to help them out tremendously. A look at our enrollment numbers. We serve over 200,000 students at any given time. A look at that dual enrollment number. That one's actually a 2017 number, and it is growing. And that 17 number is up 24% from the 16 number, and we really appreciate your support for those programs. And if I could, Chairman Reiners, we're definitely going to get you that information. One thing I'd like to say, though, we did look at the programs that are being taken for our Move On When Ready students, because we did want to make sure it wasn't being, wasteful. So there are a finite amount of courses in which a high school student can come and take and get credit. They have to make sure that it's approved by both the high school and the college. We looked and met with student finance and the university system and made sure that we cut out things like the PE programs this past year. But so you're unlikely to see a cosmetology student in the dual enrollment program, but we'll definitely be happy to get you the information you requested. If you look at our student success rate, we have an 88% job placement rate among the system. 99%, sorry, that's in the given field of their study. 99% job placement or transfer rate if they move on to higher education from there. That's one of our more impressive stats, in my opinion. We mentioned some of the great industry partners we have. At South Georgia Tech, they have a good partnership with John Deere because, as you know, the farm equipment is becoming more and more advanced, and so they do a great program of training students to be able to use the equipment, the tractors and whatnot, and as well as to maintain them. At Wiregrass, they've got a great partnership with the South Georgia Medical Center where they're able to train the nurses for that hospital. I don't think I see Representative Nimmer here this morning, but we do also have a partnership with the timber industry with our Coastal Pines Technical College, as well as our welders and our pipe fitting up in North Georgia. Tim also asked for some areas of improvement, things that we could do better on. We did some market research recently, and it showed that only 54% of high school students surveyed, 54% of high school students surveyed had no opinion or had never heard of TCSG, and 61% of parents had the same response. Now, I do have to defend this by saying that those who did express an opinion had a favorable opinion for the most part. So we had that going for us. But you'd be surprised if you went out into your community and talked about the dual enrollment programs and talked about the Hope Career Grant, how many people have never really heard of us. So I think what we need to do is make sure that we do a better job of getting out there, spreading our message. And I think a lot of that has to do with marketing. And we certainly appreciate y'all's help and support and talking about the levels of higher education throughout the state. But I think that's something that we can do a better job of increasing our footprint throughout the state, especially as we work to meet the goals of Complete College Georgia. And that's all I have for the system level. I do have Bruce Batten here, who is with Quick Start, and he's going to be able to give you all the ins and outs of that program. It's one of our finest at the technical college system. Like I said, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. If not, I'll give it to Bruce. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm the Director of Northern Operations for Georgia Quick Start. I do work out of the Atlanta office, but please don't hold that against me because I think in our discussion today, what I want to try to illustrate or express to the council is how Quick Start is already postured to provide support for business success across all of Georgia. Just to brag a little bit about the state of Georgia as a whole, with Quick Start being an integral component of the economic development and workforce training component here in the state, we've been ranked #1 for many years. There is no Quick Start in any other state in the nation. So the groundwork, everything that's been done here in the state has created economic development workforce training program that is unseen anywhere else in the nation. We focus on customized, job-specific training when we work with companies. And we do this at no charge to the company. Now, we know it's funded by taxpayer dollars, but the company itself does not incur any type of cost associated with the training that Quick Start will come in and develop and the instruction that's provided to them. Along with job-specific training, once that criteria has been established, we also will provide other training to help develop individuals and the organization. The way in which we do this is as soon as we meet with the companies, we start talking about what they're trying to accomplish. We're here to support new companies coming into the state, companies that are expanding, or companies that are infusing substantially new technologies into their operation. So we ask them for specific types of documentation, such as staffing plans, what their timelines are, and then we go in and sit down with those documents, and we look at what is their need, what is their training need to get their startup complete to a level of sustainability. As President McDonald from Northwest Georgia Technical College said, and I'll talk about that in just a second also, they have a much broader scope. Quick Start's scope is focused on the startup. How do we help that company get started up and running to a productive state? And so then we develop the materials, we provide instructor support, and we go on site, or at many times we work with the technical colleges to provide a facility to train their new hires to build up their sustainability. We serve a very broad range of industries at Quick Start. As you can see, everything from traditional manufacturing, which could be assembly work, to advanced manufacturing, as has already been mentioned here, with control systems, PLCs, sensors. Our biomanufacturing, which many of you know, we have the Bioscience Training Center out in the Covington area, supporting a major startup in that area. We also support warehouse and distribution. So basically, if you look at it, what Quick Start does is we develop that job-specific customized training for anyone that company is going to hire that would touch, manipulate, or move a product. Basically, that's what it comes down to. Just wanted to express to you that we went back and looked at our data over the last 4 years, and this trend continues back even farther. But about 2/3 of all the projects that Quick Start supports is outside of the metro areas. So for us, we don't just focus on Metro Atlanta. As a matter of fact, we don't use it as a judging criteria or a determination criteria, but we always look at and talk to economic development about those opportunities. As a matter of fact, it wasn't, a month or two ago, where's Rob Bradham at? Where'd he go? Oh, that's right, he had to leave. We came up and presented to a prospect company right here in Dalton that dealt with the automotive industry. So just as he and I believe President McDonald said, there's a transition maybe from the sustainability of the flooring industry to now infusing some other types of industries in this Northwest region. We serve companies with international origins on a regular basis. Some of that includes the job-specific training. We also have available things like cultural training, how to work with certain nationalities and folks from different cultures, so that we can help the diverse population here in Georgia assimilate into some of those cultures that may be leading or managing those companies. Here's some of some names you might recognize that are located in the rural portions of the state that we have worked with recently or maybe actively working with. And I'll show you a map here in just a moment of a sampling of that. As you can see from the map, and this is just a sample, this is not all the projects we've worked outside of the metro areas. But I just wanted to see, we work throughout the state. Quick Start is divided into 3 service regions. The northern region, which basically includes all 29 counties of Metro Atlanta and everything north, which includes Northwest Georgia, over in North Georgia Technical College, down to Athens Tech, and all the way over to West Georgia Tech. The lower portion of the state is divided into an east and a west region, with the office in the west office in LaGrange and the east office over in the Savannah area. But you can see throughout the state, Quick Start's presence can be seen. And it's not just in the metro areas because, again, 2/3 of the projects we do are outside of the metro areas. Just want to highlight a couple of those companies because, you kind of think about it. You think about peanuts, you think about, I grew up on a farm in North Florida, Northeast Florida. You think about peanuts and what, they dig them up out of the ground, they throw them in a bag, and they ship them off, right? Well, you look at things like premium peanut down in Coffee County. Well, they have actual automated processes for grading and sorting those peanuts. So it's not a matter of just dumping them into a bag and throwing them on a truck. So that's where Quick Start came in, developed the job-specific training for those folks that would be running those types of equipment. Bluebird in Peach County, building school buses, right? Well, now we're there, or we have been there assisting them with their welding training because, as you know, the frames and structures of those buses is high intensity in the welding and metal fabrication types of operations. NIBCO over in Greene County in Greensboro. This is a great company. This is in my region, by the way. So this is a great company. They make PVC couplings and fittings. And they have, I don't know, I guess I'm going to tell you, they have won contracts with some of the major retailers here in the country that are supported right out of Greensboro, Georgia. You're talking about Home Depot, Lowe's, some of the bigger hardware companies. But you would think about, okay, PVC couplings and fittings. But if you look at the new machinery that they're installing, their injection molding machines, those control systems are very highly automated. So we're in there right now. This is an active project we're working on, training their folks how to operate those machines and how to inspect the products. They produce product not by count, but by weight. That's how much they produce. And they're right now in the initial stages of another expansion project. So your rural areas are really seeing some growth there. And as we know, Caterpillar over in Oconee County, we worked with them. We just recently closed that project after about 1,700 hires there and trainees. This was their small components, what they call their building and construction, which is their miniature excavators and their small track-type tractors. You may remember last year, Caterpillar took a little bit of hit nationwide. That was mainly in their large mining type of equipment. They did not suffer that type of downscaling because if you're driving down the road and you look at utility companies and lawn care businesses, these are the types of equipment that everybody's buying right now. And then IVC up here in Dalton. That's a company we've worked with on 2 separate projects. And I'm just still amazed every time I go in this type of manufacturing facility with the luxury vinyl tiling, just the continuous running and how they switch and do changeovers. And those are some of the things that we help them with in developing the training so that the operators come in and they're ready to walk out on the production floor with a good familiarity. Now, how do we do it? Well, we do it just as President McDonald said. We work closely with our technical colleges throughout the state. We believe that Quick Start's focus is on startups to help the company to get to a level of sustainability. And then our hope and our focus, because we keep the technical colleges engaged throughout the Quick Start project, is that there's a natural transition to the technical colleges for a longer term type of support, because the things that the technical college can do with the TCCs and the degree programs and things like that, that's not within the scope of what Quick Start does. The things we focus on are the core skill training areas and the job specific. Those are the types of activities and functions and skills that, again, touch, produce, or move a product. And you can see a list of them here. Now, where the technical colleges may have an industrial technician program, which is longer term, we would go in during our needs analysis and focus specifically on what the company would need to get their people into the production area and familiar with what their functions are. And then along with that, once the job specific has been established through that needs analysis, we also look at the organization. And we provide workshops for leadership and communication, productivity improvements such as Six Sigma, ISO, Lean. And then that's how we approach serving not only the metro areas, which I know we hear a lot about, but Georgia as a whole. We believe that Georgia the companies within Georgia can all be successful if they're sustainable and they're producing products. So our focus at Georgia Quick Start is to help train in those job-specific areas that allow their new hires to enter into the production areas and be as familiar as possible to start production and help that company succeed in a shorter time period. Thank you. Any questions?
If Neil will come up, we'll sort of have both of you answer questions. And I think we had a couple of questions. All right, Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Neil, I had a question about the survey that you did. Did you pick out certain areas of the state where it was worse? I mean, do more people in the rural areas not hear about us or about the technical schools or more in the...
I don't recall the breakdown among the results. The survey was done statewide, and it was done strategically with representative examples from different parts of the state. We contracted with a third party to conduct it.
Mr. Speaker, may I?
Go ahead.
The other question that I think we've had 4 of these now, and it would be for the technical colleges too. What we're hearing, and I guess in the Quick Start, we're hearing that when they can find people to work, they don't have the soft skills, like the importance of showing up to work on time and going to work every day, and that kind of skill, which is really causing great problems. And I just wonder if there's any incorporation of that kind of teaching as we teach people skills. Certainly you could be a great welder, but if you don't show up to work, then companies can't hire you. So I wonder if y'all have addressed that.
Well, I can't speak for everyone, but I can say that, if you're not showing up to class, then you're not going to be able to pass, and, you're not going to be able to move on to that next level. So that's something we definitely instill. And if you look at some of the apprenticeship programs also that we have, they're actually in a work environment, receiving credit, for the work they're doing. And so they are having to show up, work with individuals that are their colleagues. And so they are learning those soft skills there. Pete, did you have some?
Let me just add specifically, in the technical college system, each student in every course they take, they receive 2 grades. One is the academic grade, and the other is a work ethics grade. So, and at our particular institution, we use the Covey Successful College Student Ethics Training, which is a very structured program if you're familiar with the Covey system, and it's beginning to show good results for us. So just to answer that question.
And that's at every technical college that they incorporate those 2
Yes.
2 grades?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Neil,
Yes, sir.
can you comment just a little bit? I had the pleasure of helping to judge the gold students back a couple of months ago, and one of the things that sitting there in that room that day, listening to the 9 individuals that we had to pick between, which was incredibly hard because by the time they get to that level, that's pretty much the cream of the crop. But one of the things that that became very apparent that day in those discussions, with especially the younger students, was the lack of information out there, the lack of knowledge or common knowledge of what TCSG has to offer. And so out of that, Chris Riley, myself, and 2 or 3 others that were in the room that day that kept hearing that same message coming from every one of these individuals. Y'all got a marketing program that's about to really kick off in a big way. Can you comment just a little bit on that, how we're going to spread the word and the message of what TCSG does have to offer?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So, in addition to what we do already in terms of marketing, so currently what we do is we do have some digital ads. We partner with GPB and Cox Media some, and we've got different forms of advertising. Those are mostly to increase awareness of the Hope Career Grant, dual enrollment, and some of the students' success stories like he mentioned. In addition to that, each of our colleges has its own budget. But what he's referring to is we're about to kick off a larger marketing campaign statewide. That's going to be largely television and some digital. The first step of that was the market research component. That's where we got, that last slide, the statistics there. But we're looking to be up on television right after Labor Day. We're going to begin filming those ads soon, and then hopefully you'll see that coming to your television or your computer screen, the good works the technical college system is doing. Because we do feel as though we've got a good story to tell, it's just not enough people have heard it. And so we're really putting some dollars behind it, and thank you for your support in that effort. But we're going to make sure that we move the needle, and we're going to make sure that those percentages change, and they change in a positive way.
I think it's on now. Anyway, I wanted to ask about Quick Start, which I think is a really great program. But first of all, it's my understanding that those people that you train are people that the company has already, they've hired.
That's correct, yes.
Then my question is, so how many jobs have to be, provided by that company that you would provide the Quick Start training? I mean, there must be some level of possible jobs in the area.
Well, that's a very good question, and that's why we, as I mentioned, we look at their overall staffing plan, because we want to be good stewards of what the Georgia taxpayers have provided. So we look at the overall number that the company's hiring, and then we look at what skill groups are broken down into, because we're going to have to develop training materials in each of those areas. So if we're only developing for 4 people, that's not a good investment by the Georgia taxpayers. We normally look around 20 people in a skill group, and in that way we'll go in and develop the materials and do multiple training sessions as they're hiring.
One more question about that. In these areas, and of course a lot of them are on, in areas of the state where it's close to a state line,
Mm-hmm.
do we just train, I don't, not being judgmental or anything, I just wanted to know, do we train employees from across the state line or just Georgians?
That's a great question, but we don't track that. All we're doing is making sure that that person is going to be working at that facility in Georgia, because it's about supporting the company. I guess that's where there's a little differentiation between the technical colleges. They're more focused on, I'm not saying totally, but more focused on the individual. We're more focused on the company's success. So as long as they're going to be employed at that Georgia facility, then they're eligible for that Quick Start training. Yes, sir.
Well, I was just curious on the map that you have with your partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like there's twice as many north of Macon if you drew a line across the state. And I didn't know if there was any, challenges or issues that you experienced working with the different parts of the state, or?
Well, actually, this is pretty much a regular layout, you might say. The northern region normally has about the same number of projects, active projects, as the other two regions, the east and the west and the lower part of the state. Now, some of that can be the Metro Atlanta, what I call the Metro Atlanta effect, where companies want to be closer to Atlanta. But as far as the service that can be provided throughout the state, it's the same in all the regions. Every region has the same capabilities. We can bring in the same resources and support any company that's eligible for Quick Start training support.
Appreciate your presentation. Picking up on what Carrie said just a few minutes ago, I was a little distressed when I saw the information about 64% of the parents and 50% of the students don't have a clue, what's going on. And with the advertising you're doing, we held hearings last year throughout the state, and I was shocked at those hearings because we asked the question, move on from ready to technical and college, how few teachers, and I'm talking about elementary and middle and high school teachers, are even aware of what we have and what the career pathways and what you're offering. And I just encourage you. I think that the TV ads are great, whatever, but all of you are located in school systems. You have 5 or 6 school systems that are with you, and I understand you have the partnerships that I think it'd be great to have these superintendents, the teachers some way into these schools. I mean, that's where it's got to start, down to 1st grade, 3rd grade, where they know that. And the word college, I found, was very confusing to a lot of them. That talk about technical colleges, I was shocked that don't realize what is offered in our technical colleges. The work, the Quick Start, and also. I encourage you, as you're doing that, to get with Richard Wood, State Department, and let's do it. I mean, I think we need to really wake some people up. Thank you a lot for what you're doing. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Following up on what Brooks and Sherry just asked, when y'all asked the question, have you ever heard, did you say TCSG, or did you say where I'm from, did you say, have you ever heard of Athens Tech?
That's a good question.
The numbers would be a whole lot different if you asked the question.
Not a whole lot different, but they did ask both, actually. So the local colleges did have a better name ID than the technical college system, but not a lot better. We still had a high percent of no opinion or never heard of. And so, I think in terms of advertising, we're going to look to definitely drawing a comparison, you're going to make sure that there is the local college there that is definitely, that's what they identify with, like you said. But we're definitely going to draw that in with the technical college system as a whole.
Ed, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I would love to see the crosstabs on those questions because we do a little political polling from time to time, and we know that name recognition may be higher in one part than another. And sitting in the Albany market, I can attest personally that there's 4 technical schools that are on the air all the time during the 6 o'clock news and things of this nature. South Georgia's, Georgia South Technical College, Albany Tech, and that's why I'm curious on how you asked that particular question, because I think people do know that technical colleges exist, and so that's why I'm kind of curious in what we're asking and how we're asking.
Well, I can tell you that it was asked whether you had a favorable opinion of the technical college, and then based upon what service area the individual is located in, they asked about that particular college. And they asked, do you have a favorable opinion, unfavorable, no opinion, or never heard of?
And if I may follow up, was that question asked specifically to the overall population? And did you get into if your positives or more with people under the age of 30 or certain ethnic groups or anything like that? Did you ask?
I do have a breakdown of demographics, and I can say that from what I recall, it was actually a more affluent population than you would expect. I think the majority was over 50,000 plus salary per year. But I can get you the breakdown.
Move on with, because we're running a little behind. We started out ahead. How'd that happen? But anyway, and we want to thank y'all for your presentation.
Thank you.
I do want to say that I'd mentioned a while ago about judging goal, and there's also a second part of that is the Perkins Awards, which are the outstanding instructors from all of the technical colleges around the state. So if any of you get an invite to go do that, yeah, you got to drive to Atlanta to do it, but I'm going to tell you, it's about one of the best half-day, three-quarter days that I've spent in a long time, sitting there and hearing the stories, especially the goal students, and the lives or the changes that have been made in their lives through the technical college system of Georgia. So if you get the opportunity, if they send you an email or pick up the phone and call you and ask you to come judge it, by all means, take the time to go do that. It's one of those things that kind of recharges your batteries and helps you realize that what we do by funding the technical college system, but also by what the work that the technical college system is doing in this state, how important it is into the futures and lives of individuals. So our next presenter, Matthew Gamble. Matthew heads up an organization called the Career and Technical Education Association of Georgia, or GACTE. It's easier for me to say it that way. Matthew is kind of one of those that's a little bit of political royalty in the state. He is the nephew of a former governor, and if you've looked at Sandra Deal, First Lady Deal's book on the Capitol, you'll see a picture of Governor Joe Frank Harris and his family, and his little bitty fella kind of in the corner of the picture, or in the fold of the picture that you can hardly make out, but that's Matthew standing there for a Thanksgiving or Christmas or some kind of function like that. But Matthew grew up in politics and been around politics his entire life. But Matthew represents an organization that what they do is incredibly important to myself because of what getting students in high schools pointed in a pathway for a career. And his organization represents the teachers that do that every day. So Matthew, if you would, come forward.
Well, thank you, Chairman England, and I have with me today Dr. Barbara Wall from the State Department of Education, and I appreciate that introduction. I have lived my whole life, of course, with that, and when I was in school, I'm from Cartersville and went to Cartersville City Schools and graduated from Cartersville High School. When I was young and my Uncle Joe Frank was in office, the kids all thought that I was rich because he lived in a mansion in Buckhead. And I'm still trying to find that money to this day because I wasn't then and I am not now. But I do appreciate the opportunity to present today and talk to you about something that is near and dear to my heart. And I will say that my friend and leader, Chairman Coleman, is a great speaker. And he spoke to one of our groups about a month ago. One of the things he said is, do what you love and love what you do. And I get to do that with my job. I love my teachers that I represent, our career and technical and agriculture education teachers statewide. I value what they do. I came through these programs when I was in high school, even though I went on to college. But the things that I learned in these programs have helped me to be successful in my career. And I think back to keyboarding that I took and graphic arts and a lot of those programs that I had the opportunity to take when I was in school, and I would not change that or trade that for anything. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to share briefly just a few things about historical perspective, what we are talking about. Technical education and the development of technical education nationally has always been spurred by the state of Georgia. And we celebrated this year the 100th anniversary of what's called the Smith-Hughes Act. If you have been involved with the Extension or the 4-H, you know about the Smith-Lever Act. We have the Smith-Hughes Act, and the Smith in both are the same, and that's U.S. Senator Hoke Smith, who was from Georgia. And this was the first federal funding that came for support of, at the time, what was called vocational education. And so that turned 100 this year. Later on, we saw a progression of this federal legislation with the George Dean Act. Again, both of them from Georgia, Senator Walter F. George and Representative Braswell Dean. And then on through the years now, we have what's called the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act. But it's basically the same thing. It's how Georgia receives approximately $40 million a year for the support of technical education. Half of those dollars are appropriated to the technical college system, and half are sent to the Department of Education on 2 local school systems statewide. But it's an important accomplishment that we in Georgia need to be proud about, that we have always played a strong role in this particular field. So a little bit about GACTE, as Chairman England mentioned earlier. We have been around for quite some time. We used to be called the Georgia Vocational Association. And then long about 1999, when terminology started to change and everything, we became the Georgia Association for Career and Technical Education. I've got a 22-member board that I work for that are comprised of teachers that actually teach these programs and are in the field, and they teach the various areas of career, technical, and agriculture education. And we are the second largest CTAE association in our state, which we're proud of. And work very hard to serve our members. We have a great awards program that I'll share a little more about in just a minute, and we've just launched a leadership program for teachers, and last year we had over 150 teachers apply for the 20 slots that we have in this leadership program. I would tell you it's by no means quite reached the caliber of a Leadership Georgia program, but that's kind of the concept that we have modeled after for these teachers, to give them the opportunity to get out of their school system and to be exposed in the different things that are going on around our state, whether it's in business and industry and economic development or policy. And so they have 4 weekends throughout the year as a part of this program that they participate in. And the first class just graduated, and they are just setting the woods on fire in their local school systems and encouraging their peers to be more proactive and to pay attention to the things that are going on, not only in the programs that they teach, but in education and in business and industry. And of course, that goes all back to the bottom line of making sure that Georgia continues to be the #1 place to do business in the U.S. This is Mr. Leon Grant. He is our National Carl D. Perkins Community Service Award winner for this past year. He's from Marietta High School, and he teaches pre-engineering courses there. And then the year prior, in 2016, we had 3 national award winners from right here in Georgia. We had Miss Cindy Quinlan, who's the National CTE Teacher of the Year, Dr. Cheryl Neely, who won the National Career Guidance Award, and then Dr. Cassandra Washington, who received the National Administrator, CTA Administrator of the Year Award. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our other co-presenter this morning, Dr. Barbara Wall.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. I don't have ties to Buckhead and the governor's lifestyle and that kind of thing. My ties are more rural Georgia, like y'all are here to address the needs of rural Georgia. I was an educator in Wilkinson County for 14 years actually, and then in Baldwin County, I was a career tech administrator for 14 and moved on to Houston County for 10 before I came to Atlanta. So I understand the lack of opportunities and the lack of experiences that are throughout rural Georgia. And thank you for addressing these needs. Our mission for career tech and ag education is to educate Georgia's future workforce by providing experiences for all of our students. The experiences that we provide are those experiences that will prepare students for workplace success. We know as career tech educators that we cannot do this alone. We know that it's important that we engage partnerships, and that these partnerships with business and industry in particular are based on trust and communication. This is an example of a partnership at its finest. I was actually part of this partnership in Houston County. This partnership has all of the key players at the table: the local school district, the business and industry, which was Frito-Lay, that had a need for industrial maintenance workers, and the technical college, economic development folks, the chamber people, The story about this particular partnership is just incredible, and the work that was done to begin an industrial maintenance program right there on the local school staff. The cooperation, the working together, the little give and take that each partner has to have was very prevalent in this partnership. This type of partnership with business and industry and educators is the type of partnership we hope to see in every school district, in every career tech program in Georgia.
As we think about the scope and the scale of what we're doing in CTAE in Georgia, I want you to pay attention to some of these figures that we have for you. This comes from the Georgia Department of Education CTAE annual report, and also one of these figures I pulled from the Technical College System Fast Facts, which Neil has already referred to a minute ago. But 62% of Georgia high school students take one or more CTAE course throughout their high school career. And in middle school, 54% of students are enrolled in one or more. When you combine the two figures, student-wise, you come up, last year we had just over 577,000 students statewide that had the opportunity to be exposed to these programs in school. There's 9 career and technical student organizations, which the student organizations are FFA and FBLA and HOSA and a lot of those different programs that you're familiar with. And I would encourage you, they have competitions that are judged throughout the year as well. And some of you have served as judges for our CTSO events, and if you haven't, I encourage you to do that. It's an incredible opportunity, just like the goal winner that Chairman England mentioned a minute ago, for you to see some of the brightest and best that we have coming together to compete with each other from across the region and state. There are 17 career clusters. And when you break that down and look into each one of those clusters, there's over 130 career pathways that are a part of that. And there's opportunity to earn over 300 industry credentials through various assessments associated with that. And as mentioned earlier, at the Technical College, there's 22 colleges that's served over 133,000 students statewide last year. Now for CTAE, when you break that population out, statewide they have close to a 95% graduation rate. We know that when students are engaged and they see the relevance of what they're learning and how that relates to their area of interest, that it's a win-win scenario. And so for me, when I was in graphic arts and my teacher was helping me to understand why the project that I was working on was tied to my grade and why I need to be very particular in how I was designing the particular project that I was working on, it fascinated me because for the first time in my educational career as a student, I had the opportunity to really be engaged with hands-on experience, more so than just the traditional academic course that teaches more from the textbook. It brought it to life for me. It wasn't that it was not academic, it was very academic, but it was learning through application, and that was what I really enjoyed. Now, in many of your school systems, the graduation rate might actually be higher than the state average, but this is the state average. And so when I've given this out a couple times, I've had people come up to me and tell me that their school systems had 98%, 99% graduation rate for their CTAE students. There's been some discussion about Move On When Ready today. It's an incredible opportunity for students to take advantage of. I know that there's been a lot of terminology through the years, dual enrollment, post-secondary options, but we're all talking about basically the same thing, which is students having the opportunity to earn some college credit while they're still in high school. And of course now the funding has really been increased to support more students doing this and earning college credit. So last year, we saw that there was over 27,000 students who participated in Move On When Ready, and that number continues to increase. 437 public high schools participated in the program last year. We broke down the CTAE component of Move On When Ready, and we found that the top 5 program areas for CTAE at least were healthcare science, business and computer sciences, architecture, construction, communications, and transportation, government law, public safety, corrections and security, and then education, culinary arts, and family and consumer sciences. And that's the breakdown for the number of students who took these courses. But I will tell you that as far as the technical college system goes, that I think the majority of the credit is still focused in more of the academic areas. And so we certainly are interested in seeing these numbers continue to increase, and I'm sure that it will. There's been a lot of legislation that we have seen over the past, I've just highlighted 6 years of different things, going all the way back to the Bridge Bill, which was the Building Resourceful Individuals for Georgia's Economy. Several of you were involved with that, with at the time Representative Fran Miller, now Senator Miller. And that was the first bill that I would tell you really started to increase the focus on what we're doing in terms of graduation plans for students that they're now required to complete in the 8th grade, and looking at what their options are for careers. And soft skills. We talked about soft skills a minute ago. There's a requirement for soft skills certification as a part of that legislation that was put into place. Dr. Wall is going to share more about that in a minute. But the bill that I really want to highlight to you is one that Representative Lumsden was very involved with, and I know also several of you as well, and that's House Bill 402. And what that did is that gave employers who hire our students who are in work-based learning or youth apprenticeship programs statewide, that gave them up to a 5% credit on their workers' compensation insurance policies at the end of the year if they hire those students who are enrolled in those programs. It's an incredible opportunity to give a student the experience that they need in whatever particular field that it might be, and for the employer to also now take advantage of the incentive that's been created through House Bill 402. We did that also to encourage employers to hire students under the age of 18. It can be done, contrary to various legal minds that want to tell employers they can't do it. It can be done. But again, you need to check out the House Bill 402 parameters that the Department of Education has set up with also the Department of Insurance, because the student has to be enrolled in one of our work-based learning youth apprenticeship programs, but it has encouraged more of them to hire students under the age of 18. We really saw that trend more with large employers. A lot of the smaller employers or local companies, they weren't having an issue with that, but some of the larger corporations were being told that they could not hire students under the age of 18.
Some people wonder why our high school graduation rate is so high in the area of career tech and ag education. The research shows us why. It talks about the I am messing up here. The odds of dropping out decline as students increase the number of career tech courses in high school. The pathway completers are more likely to graduate and continue on to college. And the pathway completion keeps students in school because they are focused on what is interesting to them. This is one of our students, our former students from this area. Matthew's going to tell you about him.
We did CTA alumni profiles last year where we looked at several former CTA students and where they're at. And the one I chose today is Rob Griffin, who happened to be a graduate of Dalton High School several years ago. Rob now works for a company called Steel Fab, which is one of the largest steel fabricators in the country. And here he's on a job site in Chicago working. But it all started for him here at Dalton High School in their engineering and technology program. He took those courses there. He went on to Georgia Tech, and when I was talking to him recently, he told me that he can trace a lot of what he learned through that program, through that opportunity he had at Dalton High School, to the things that he now does for his career. But it was just an incredible opportunity for him. And when he got to Georgia Tech, he was really ahead of a lot of his peers in the program area he had because he had started early on in high school.
What's driving the work in Georgia Department of Education Career Tech and Ag program? I'd like for you to know, and I'm sure you recognize many of these, the Pathways to Prosperity Report from 2011, Georgia Competitiveness Initiative Report, the Governor's High Demand Career Initiative Report, and a Phi Delta Kappa study about public's attitude towards public schools. The Pathways to Prosperity report has many factors to it, but some of the information that we really hold tight and we use in the work that we do are the facts that are listed here before you. Most jobs, we know 60% of the jobs will require some education or training beyond high school. We know that a 4-year college degree is not necessary for the majority of the jobs. We know that only 33% of the jobs require a 4-year college degree. And it's important that we let our students know this information and provide them the guidance that they need to make the decisions and the schoolings that are appropriate to the careers that they're choosing. We also know about the skills gap. There are plenty of jobs out there that go unfilled every year because there's few workers to take advantage of those. Through the Competitiveness Initiative report, I know many of you were at those 12 regional meetings, and at those meetings, these 6 factors were looked at. And from those meetings, the education and workforce development was the #1 issue for the particular regions in Georgia. And we focus a lot with the education and workforce development in career tech. What's interesting to me about this Phi Delta Kappa's poll of public's attitude towards public school is actually the first, second, and third point listed here are the most important to me. Americans disagree on the overall goal of education. 51% agree that the goal should be work prep and citizenship. We also know from this report that the way to improve public education is to add more career tech programs in the schools. And the very last point up here is the public really wants to see a clear connection between the public school system and the world of work. And that's really what we do in career tech. It's critical that we listen to business and industry and we respond to their needs. I want to give you some examples of some of the listening and responding that we've done. I took this job two years ago, and I went with some of our board members across the state and sat down with different employers in Georgia, and we just wanted to know, what do you need in an entry-level worker? What's working? What's not working? How can we help? What can we do to have a better workforce out there for you? One thing that we heard loud and clear from the manufacturing industry. We heard that parents, students, and counselors in particular really don't know what the manufacturing world of work is like today. Many people still think of manufacturing as being old, dirty, grimy, hard, laborious, unsafe, and those are just not the correct descriptions for the world of manufacturing today if you've been in that industry. I kept hearing that over and over and over again, especially about our counselors. They're the ones that provide our students so much guidance, but they didn't really know what manufacturing was really like. So I called my friend Andrea Harper from the Georgia Association of Manufacturers and Corinne from Kia, and we had a little meeting, and we said, what can we do together to help our counselors and our parents and our students understand more about manufacturing? So we hosted a day in manufacturing up at Kia. We had 48 counselors from across Georgia, and they were exposed to everything we could possibly expose them to when it came to manufacturing. And they took the tour of the Kia plant. And what they were to do is to go back to their regions and to do an event similar to this so that they can get the message and the word out, and so people can truly experience what manufacturing's like. On September the 5th, I'm going down to Glenn County. The counselors down there have organized an event that day in the manufacturing industry. So I'm looking forward to that. Another thing we heard from business and industry is that the #1 reason entry-level workers are not hired is the same reason workers are fired, and that's due to the lack of soft skills. We hear that over and over during my entire educational career, which has always been in career tech and ag education. I've heard that from every business and industry advisory council I've ever served on. So you would think, you know, one day we could get that part fixed. We are putting a lot of emphasis on soft skills in Georgia with our career tech and ag programs. We do have employability skills, which sometimes people refer to soft skills, employability skills, work ethic, you know, using all those terminologies. But we do have employability skills as the first standard in all of our career tech courses. We just need to ensure that our teachers have the resources and the tools that they need to teach those soft skills to the students. We understand that it's better to teach those soft skills in context of the courses that they actually teach. We formed a soft skill task force this year. We know that soft skills is bigger than just high school and middle school career tech. We had a task force that was comprised of business and industry folks, post-secondary people, early elementary folks, you know, the whole gamut. And we've produced a document that we will leave with you. And, you know, what this pretty much says is that soft skills is a responsibility of everybody. We've got to do a better job with soft skills, but it can't just happen only in certain classrooms. It's got to happen across the board. Another thing we heard from business and industry is that schools and communities need a tool to help determine the workforce needs so that schools can decide which programs to include in their schools. We've created a career pipeline. This is a computerized program where any person can go on this public site and you can see which high schools offer which programs. You can drill down to the different pathways that are offered in the schools and you can see what is actually offered there. We did this project with a group from the business and industry community and especially economic development folks. We're very interested in this. The next version of this will have the Department of Labor information tied in there so that educators can actually see what the workforce needs are and try to match those up. Deep, meaningful partnerships must be formed between business and industry and educators. We kept hearing that from business and industry. We all have business and industry advisory councils, but we know that we've got to beef those up. We have rolled out some training for our teachers this year so that they have a better idea of how to work with business and industry. So they'll understand simple things like business and industry don't just serve on your councils to be nice or it's the right thing to do. They want to know what their ROI is, and we need to be able to explain that. We've have worked in many different areas to beef up the business and industry partnership. We've had our state staff, I require our career tech folks to go to business and industry 3 days a year and experience an externship. That has been an incredible experience. I'll give you an example. We had our STEM coordinator, Felicia Cullors. She's a very petite, minority, female worker. Her background is math. I told her, I said, I think the best place for you to be would be with construction. That would be a great area. She didn't think I liked her because I sent her to the construction industry for some reason. But she went with R.W. Allen over in Augusta and had an incredible experience. She came back and she said, you know, the construction industry is a math haven. She said, I knew they did some measuring and things like that. She said, but I'm talking high-level math is just prevalent in the construction industry. Well, you know, it was a big benefit for her. She could see a lot of things, and she's got some great ideas that she's going to incorporate with our students across Georgia. But it was also a benefit to the construction industry. I talked to Mike Dunham this week, and he says, you know, I'm really excited about that externship over there with R.W. Allen. He said, I'm going to have Chris Clark and Felicia to sit down and create a one-page document that says, here's what you need to do on day 1 of an externship in construction, day 2, day 3. Here's how we benefited. Here's how the educators benefit. And he is going to roll that out statewide and encourage all of his construction folks to offer externships to their educators. School and communities need to understand the roles of, that schools play with economic development. You know, when we talk about economic development at our schools, sometimes that was talked about in the past with career tech folks, but it didn't permeate throughout the entire school district. We've got to have economic development understood and the roles that we all play throughout our school system. There's many things that take place at the elementary school, as you well know, that impact economic development. One example is third grade reading level. We've teamed up with Economic Developers Partnership, and we have created a designation for school districts. It's called Economic Development Partnerships. This will showcase strong partnerships that are created and the economic development roles that schools serve. It also will showcase and help economic developers understand the work that's going on in the different schools. This is a process that we used. We looked at research of best practices in both education and economic development. We had focus groups across the state of Georgia with career tech directors, school superintendents, and economic developers from across Georgia. We compiled all of this information together. We used the Carl Vinson Institute to help us create this product, and we rolled this out for the first time this summer at our conference. We will be at the Economic Developers Association in September to roll out the entire package to them. The mission of EDP is to foster relationships between local school districts and community stakeholders to provide an increased opportunity for students while we're all supporting economic development. When I came on board at the Department of Education, I asked for this position and I got it. Should have asked for some more things. But I felt like a weakness that we had was not having a particular person looking after economic development as a focus. So we have hired Kyle Hood, who comes to us from Tyrone, Georgia. And he's got a lot of experience in economic development. You'll see him around. His mission is to assist with the ongoing work in career tech and ag education in the areas of economic development and increase the visibility of career tech options and opportunities. In fall of 2015, we hit the road and we went to 12 different districts throughout Georgia. We kind of went along the theme of the 12 regional economic development meetings that the governor had hosted prior to that. And we mainly wanted to try to engage our educators in economic development lingo. And we had educators, we also had business people at these meetings. And the main message that we kept hearing is that there's a real big need to create and strengthen partnerships with business and industry if we're going to keep Georgia the #1 place for doing business. This past fall, we cut our 12 meetings down to 6, and our goals mainly were to emphasize the importance of education and workforce development to economic development. We showcased strong partnerships that were taking place across Georgia in education, in business and industry, and we tried to connect some people. Oftentimes our school people didn't know who their economic development person was, so we made connections there. We tried to help them identify workforce needs and secure and give them some security by providing them support and resources. Through the regional meetings that we had last fall, there were several themes that came up in these meetings. The items there in bold print, you've seen all of those before. Those are the same themes that you saw in the Competitiveness Initiative grant. These other are topics that many of you have heard of before. The important role that career tech plays in talent development. We can't wait until people graduate from college to start talking about talent development or until they enter college. We've got to start early on with our students. These are the companies that our career tech and ag education state staff did their 3-day externship with in FY16. And we tried to go across the state. We didn't want to stay in Atlanta. These are the places that we were in this past year. I failed to mention something to you that I wanted to mention to you. Somebody asked the question about how do you determine which students move on to the technical college and what programs they take and all. The technical college and the technical college system of Georgia and Georgia Department of Education has joined forces this year, and we are purchasing youth science. This is an aptitude and interest assessment for our students. This will be available to high school students grades 9 through 12. We will take a look at the results of that because it not only shows us what students are interested in, it shows us what they have an aptitude for doing and being successful. That is tied to our career pathways and our cluster areas. We'll use those results to help counsel students and help them decide what career pathway to pursue in high school as well as technical college and in the university system. So we think that that will be a big plus to our students and our parents. We find out a lot with youth science. I was looking at the IT area before I went to a conference one time, and I saw that there were many students, especially minority students and females, that showed very little interest in IT, but their aptitude was off the chart. So, you know, a lot of times when we see things like that, we see that students may not have an experience, they may not understand a particular career, they don't know anything about it. So a stat like that could be a red flag to a counselor or to a career coach or teacher, whoever's talking with that student, and say, hey, have you ever considered this career? Do you know about IT or whatever the career might be? I want to show you this. This is a career diploma seal that students will be able to have on their diploma starting this year. It will showcase students that have employability skills. They have demonstrated their employability skills and other things. They can show that they've completed a pathway, and we know that pathway completers have a higher graduation rate. We'll also show that students have mastered in the area of leadership development. The Career Tech Student Organizations is another area where students are given opportunities in leadership development, soft skill development are all tied very closely together. We're looking for folks to recognize that this is a good thing to do. And we're hoping that Georgia Chamber is going to be signing on as a sponsor of this. To get more and better results in rural Georgia, we know without a shadow of a doubt, building deep, meaningful partnerships is what we need in career tech and ag education. Thank you.
And I'll just close by saying that I know you have an incredible challenge before you, but it's something that all the right people are around the table talking about. And I would challenge you to really look into these programs that we're talking about today as one of the tremendous resources you have at your fingertips to help rural Georgia. And as you go forward and whatever the ultimate recommendations are from this group, I think that you'll find that interests and efforts focused in this area is a very significant return on investment for what you're trying to accomplish. We have students up until they're 16 years old, right, Mr. Chairman? They can quit school at 16. Legally we have them. We hopefully have them until they're 18 and graduate. But we need to make the time that we do have them count. And so some of these programs are a lifeline for certain students. For some students, they're going to run with this and they're going to go all the way on to post-secondary and to successful careers after that, whatever it might be. We've got everything across the spectrum in education. But CTAE is a very important resource for all of us, and we appreciate the opportunity to just share with you a little bit about that today. So thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. All right, let's get started. All right, we're going to get started. Our next group of presenters are members of local business, and they're going to talk to us about some specific examples and some incidents that they've had in the local community as far as making the system work. And I think this is going to be real interesting to the Rural Development Council, because this is something that hopefully we can take some examples and replicate it elsewhere in the state of Georgia. So let's give a warm welcome to Roy Bowen, and Roy's going to introduce the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members and guests. It really is indeed a privilege for the Georgia Association of Manufacturers to share thoughts, experiences, and ideas for effectively addressing the education and workforce development needs of manufacturers. And we really do thank you for the opportunity to do so. You know, the association has worked for many years with governors, with the General Assembly, and other state policy leaders to create an environment that encourages manufacturing investment and sustains and creates new jobs. And we want to acknowledge the leadership and forward-looking vision, much of which is represented on this council, through whose efforts Georgia has repeatedly been identified as the #1 state in the country for business. Now, Georgia is home to some 6,500 manufacturing companies that collectively employ better than 385,000 Georgians. And many of these companies are located in what is broadly defined as rural Georgia. And that investment in rural Georgia has exceeded over $4 billion in just the last 7 years. And this investment has been over a broad and diverse range of manufacturing companies, many of which you've seen displayed on the screen earlier this morning. I'm also pleased to tell you that since the Great Recession, Georgia has experienced greater growth in manufacturing as a percentage of non-farm payroll than any other state in the nation. We've increased manufacturing employment by better than 18,000. However, all of our collective efforts and work is going to be undermined if we don't address the need to fill the pool of talent and the talent requirements of Georgia manufacturers. This, more than any other factor, is going to determine whether the manufacturing base in Georgia is going to continue to grow and flourish. Tim Bearden has asked that I also mention what other factors are strongly considered by manufacturers as they make decisions on where to expand or locate. And in response, I'd suggest a competitive and reliable energy, development and investment incentives and tax credits tied to operational factors, access to infrastructure, be it highways, ports, or airports, a stable regulatory environment, and an educational system that's responsive to the needs of ranging from training, skills training, to sophisticated research and development. But I hope that the most important takeaway that you have from this meeting is that workforce development is economic development. In a survey of the association members, which collectively represent over half of the state's manufacturing workforce, the #1 concern expressed insofar as impediments to continued growth was the lack of availability of semi-skilled and skilled workers. Almost without exception, manufacturers pointed to the urgent need for entry-level and skilled talent like industrial maintenance technicians and operators. And these jobs, as has been mentioned earlier, do not require a 4-year degree, but are absolutely essential to a safe and productive manufacturing floor. And these are jobs that can be filled by average or high school students with average grades. Now, as the council considers successful workforce development policies and strategies that can be replicated to enhance rural Georgia, you'll come to realize that there is not a single silver bullet. I think Joe Yarbrough mentioned that last evening, but there are multiple tools and programs and services from which success can be achieved. And of course, as has also been mentioned, it's absolutely essential. An essential element is community involvement by every component of the community, the business community, the education community, political leadership, and economic development leadership. And we have assembled a group of experts from manufacturing, education, and the nonprofit sectors to share their experience and their successes with workforce development. And we believe that the approaches, experiences, and insights into best practices that will be described can be replicated across the state. I think that's really the good news. And I think you'll see that from the energy and enthusiasm of all the presenters, they are committed to the success for their companies, for the students, and for our state. There really is not much more important than to getting this right. So I'd now like to introduce the presenters for this morning. Brian Cooksey is the Director of Training and Talent Development for Shaw Industries Group. And Brian is much more than that in that he is generously available to help other companies, state agencies, and communities across Georgia by sharing the experience of Northwest Georgia, as well as the deep commitment of Shaw Industries. Steve Hollis is the chairman of the board of Great Promise Partnership and of his company, Gap Partners. As Steve will share, the Great Promise Partnership model allows at-risk students to succeed at incredible levels. And importantly, it fills an acknowledged gap in the Department of Education's work-based learning program that is restricted to students on track for graduation. These young students need to become aware of and begin to fulfill their dream in a manufacturing environment. I will tell you that Great Promise Partnerships accomplishes what Southwire's highly successful and nationally acclaimed 12 for Life does, but on a scale that's much more appropriate to smaller and mid-sized companies. EasyGo in Augusta has rolled out another version of the Southwire model. Del Land is CFO of Pacesetter Steel Services and the immediate past chairman of the association. And Del, by example, will relate how Great Promise Partnership approach can address the need for manufacturers and entry-level talent and help them develop their workforce skills, particularly for these at-risk students, and open the door for meaningful careers in manufacturing. David Keller is president of EGO North America and one of the founding members of the German Apprenticeship Initiative in Noonan. David and 7 other manufacturers in the Noonan area represent an excellent example of what incredible results come from true business education collaboration. And his company and others in Noonan participating in the German Apprenticeship Initiative are definitely growing the talent that they need. I will tell you that the success of the apprenticeship model was in clear evidence just earlier this week on Monday at the Capitol, when almost 20 companies and 21 new apprentices signed letters of commitment for this new school year. So this is a program that's expanded from 1 system and 8 companies to 4 systems and better than 20 companies. And I think the growth is going to continue at that level. Mark Whitlock is the CEO of the Central Education Center, the College and Career Academy in Coweta County, and partners with David and EGO and other Noonan manufacturers involved with apprenticeship initiative. And he's always available to share his experience and show what education flexibility and business involvement can do to address workforce development needs of a community. And we have presented and distributed to you some information that will support the presentations of each of the presenters. So with that, I'll ask the gentleman to come in and proceed to describe what great successes that they've achieved that truly can be replicated across the state.
Well, good morning. Thank you all again for the opportunity to present this morning, and thank you again for coming to our beautiful part of the state. It's a pleasure to be here to share some of our examples with you of what we've been doing to work on workforce development in Northwest Georgia. Again, as Roy mentioned, I'm Brian Cooksey, and I have the pleasure of representing our Northwest Georgia business community here this afternoon to talk to you about some of our partnership efforts and some of the things we've done to tackle our workforce needs. We hope that some of the things we share today will be able to be replicated by others around the state. Not that they have to copy exactly what we've done, but that the process we've gone through and the things that we've overcome can be inspirations to them to come together in their community and work together to find what works for them, because what works here may not work in every community in the state, but certainly the partnerships that have been established here are vital to make workforce efforts successful wherever they may need to happen. The Greater Dalton region is blessed with many things that make this a great place to live and work. Tourism, beautiful scenery, as you've all enjoyed the last few days, outdoor recreation, I-75, a strong and outstanding Chamber of Commerce, and of course the amazing floor covering industry that I represent are just a few of the things that make us a great place to live and work. Something else, though, that makes our region special are the partnerships that come together when we have something that needs to be addressed, including working on workforce development. Having those strong community partnerships is the key to addressing workforce development, because we're all in this together. Years ago, even in our community, probably 20 years ago, we didn't have these kind of conversations like we do today. But today, every one of us, whether we're in business, whether we're at post-secondary, K-12, government, Chamber of Commerce, we're all in meetings together every day talking about these things, because it takes all of us working together to accomplish these things. We can't work in silos anymore. That's true at the state level, that's true at a local level, it's true at a national level. And we've done a lot of that here, and we're excited about what it's beginning to do and what it has done and what it will do in the future. I'm going to share with you today some examples of what we've done over the last few years. Our community certainly knows that workforce development is not an easy fix. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. You have to certainly try to address things that are important in the short term, but you also have to stay diligent, because a lot of this work is going to be long-term work. It's not going to just happen overnight. You can't put a committee together and solve it just in an instant. It takes a lot of people being committed for the long haul, and that's what we have here as well. But before I get into that, I want to reflect just a few minutes. I know Rob mentioned this morning and Joe talked a little bit about it last night, but just take you back a few years to where we were in our most recent efforts that we've started. The recession, as was mentioned earlier, hit our community hard, hit our region very hard. It started back in 2006 with the housing recession. We had double-digit unemployment. At the same time that the housing recession was impacting our industry and our community, our industry was facing the need to change and retool not only our equipment, but the products that we make to change and adapt to consumer demand preferences that were happening across the world for floor covering. And so that was another challenge that we faced. It was tough enough having the housing issue to deal with and the impact it had, but when you have the downturn in the economy, at the same time your product mix is needing to change, those are two big things that happen and to deal with at the same time. A third challenge we were dealing with that we're starting to see at that time really was beginning to happen nationwide as well, but certainly even in our area, was a change in the way that young people were starting to see careers in manufacturing. And so those three challenges together really taxed our existing workforce and the readiness they had to meet the needs of our changing industry, and also the future pipeline of workforce that we had ready and available. So those were the things that we were dealing with that brought us together as a community and brought us to the table as partners to begin to address the challenge of workforce development. We knew that we had to come together and work together to solve this. And again, our partnerships here, we're blessed that we have those strong partnerships that are willing to do that. You may remember this logo on the screen here, but one of the first things that brought us together most recently was the Georgia Work Ready program. And programs like this provided a foundation to bring these partnerships together. It encouraged and incentivized the different stakeholders to come to the table. Whether you're business, education, government, everybody had skin in the game, everybody had a role to play, everybody had a part in the partnership. We were focused on a common goal, and that was important as well. Students in our local high schools were earning the Work Ready certification prior to graduation. Unemployed individuals were working to earn their certification through the Department of Labor. Employed individuals and companies across the community were taking part in this program as well. This program helped a lot of folks demonstrate they had the foundational skills to go to work in the workplace. It also was a signal to companies that were coming into our area, which has historically had a high school dropout rate in the past, that we had folks that had those skills when they maybe didn't have a credential otherwise. So it was important for a lot of reasons, but it also gave our community a chance to come together and have the conversations that were really critical. And while we had some of those conversations here, a lot of communities around the state had not been having those conversations. So as a government leadership team, sometimes having those kind of initiatives, those kind of opportunities can be key to bringing these groups together to have those kind of conversations if they're not naturally having those conversations already. As we began to look at what else needed to happen, we continued our efforts that started with this work-ready community, and we began to look at what else was needed to support the long-term needs of our community. One of the things that we needed to do was make sure that our post-secondary resources were strong and aligned to the needs of our community and our business groups. For the long-term development of technical skills needed by our rapidly changing manufacturing sector, we had to look at what post-secondary infrastructure we had in place. As was mentioned last night by Joe Yarborough, Dalton State College has always been a point of pride in our community and region. But for many years, Dalton State College had to wear both hats. They were both a technical college and a university, and that's tough. You know, it's hard to do both of those. And they did it very well, but that's really taxing on one institution. And so our industry got together, the Chamber of Commerce got together, and we began to look at what our needs were for the future. And as we looked at those needs, we decided we needed Dalton State to focus on their mission to develop the talent we needed under their university system mission, a lot of the professional skills that we needed to support our industry, because we need everything from production workers to salespeople to marketing folks to technicians to IT professionals. When we talk of manufacturing, it's a large umbrella. We design our products here, we ship our products here, we make our products here, we program here, we design equipment here, we do it all. And it all happens here and goes all over the world. So we have a lot of needs here that are very diverse. So we needed Dalton State to do their part on the professional side, and we also felt like we needed a dedicated technical college partner as well. So our industry got together and began those conversations to look at how we could quickly get a technical college here in Northwest Georgia, in Dalton, in Whitfield County. Now, education doesn't always move at the speed of business, and we knew we couldn't wait several years, in fact, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, to do the planning, the land acquisition, all those things that it takes to create a technical college. We couldn't wait that long as an industry. We had to do something now. So the partnership that we had at the table that included Dalton State, included folks from our K-12 school system, Whitfield County Schools, our College and Career Academy, our chamber, our business and industry community. We came together to talk about what could we do now? How could we get something started in 6 months, which at the time seemed like an impossible task. We had many conversations with leaders at the state level. And through those conversations, we were able to find a way to do this. And within 6 to 8 months after the first conversations, we opened a campus of Georgia Northwestern Technical College here in Dalton. It's probably one of the fastest examples of a technical college opening that I ever have heard of. Pretty innovative solution we came up with as well. The solution we came up with was Whitfield County Schools provided space within our existing College and Career Academy. Local industry provided equipment, money, and labor to retrofit labs. The technical college system obviously had to provide some funding and support, as well as the state. So all those partners coming together, everybody doing their part, we were able to pull that off, which was a huge win for our industry. Now, the campus started small with only 189 students initially. Today, it's over 1,200. And with your support and the support of the governor and other state officials, we're proud to have recently broken ground, or will break ground soon, on an 80,000 square foot facility that'll provide even more technical skills education in this area. That's the kind of thing, though, that can happen when you get the right partners at the table and you're looking strategically at what needs to happen in your community. And you've got everybody there and everybody's focused on the end goal. We faced a lot of obstacles along the way that it could have easily said, well, we just can't do this at the time. We can't do this as fast as we need to. But we knew if we waited another year, another 2 years, another 3 years, it wasn't going to help our community to move forward. We had to act something, had to act right then. And so that's what we did. And we found a way to do it very innovatively. But we didn't stop there. We continued to make sure we were addressing the long-term need, which was this facility that's recently gotten approved. So we thank you for that. As we got the technical college in place, we decided to continue to look at what else was needed. And with the strong partnerships with GNTC and Dalton State, we continued to look at what other programs were needed to address our industry needs. We had immediate needs for industrial maintenance technicians, which has been mentioned many times. And while we had long-term needs we had to address, the immediate needs were vital. The technology and automation and robotics that we were adding in our industry was amazing. It was pretty impressive, but if we didn't have people that could program it and maintain it, it was not very valuable to us. So we had to do something pretty quickly. A shortage of talent to support that, shortage of skills that we had. So we began working in 2012 and continuing into 2013 to address this need. Again, the Chamber and our business community came together with Georgia Northwestern and the Department of Labor to create a 10-week fast-track training program to develop technician skills. Initially, we faced some challenges. Our initial design was to try to bring in unemployed individuals that were out there in the community and use some grant dollars and things that the Department of Labor had to bring those folks in. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a lot of folks that could pass a drug test. And so that was an obstacle for us. And so we had to regroup. And so we changed our approach. Again, stayed at the table as partners, and we stayed focused on the end goal. We could have easily given up and said it's just not going to work. But we stayed focused, and we decided, all right, well, we're going to change our model. We're going to identify existing incumbents in industry that already work for us, that have a good track record with us. We're going to take them through the training. Industry is going to pay their salaries. We're not going to worry about any incentives or whatever that the federal government or state government may have from a salary standpoint. Industry is going to pay their salaries. We're going to pay for them to come to training. The technical college is going to pay that, and we're going to handle it that way. And then we're going to backfill their jobs with unemployed folks through the Department of Labor. So we're still employing unemployed folks, but we're addressing our immediate need as well. We were able to use equipment the Career Academy had to do the training. The technical college provided a faculty member. So it was an evening program. It was a great partnership. We came up with solutions at every obstacle we faced. But again, that was something that came together really in a matter of weeks through the conversations and partnerships that we had, instead of months or years that it might have taken otherwise. I can tell you we still have a lot of those individuals with us today at Shaw, and the other manufacturers do too. It was very successful. It was the first time this kind of program had ever been done by the Department of Labor in the state, but they've since used this to replicate in other communities around the state to address needs in other communities for short-term rapid development of skills that were needed in other communities. And it can apply in healthcare, it can apply in any kind of industry if you have those kind of needs. So that was another example of a partnership effort. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to jump there. As our partnership continued to meet, we identified other things that you can see on the screen here that were needed to support our community needs. As was mentioned earlier, chemical manufacturing was a need in this area as well, is continuing to be a need, both to support the flooring industry, but also to support many other industries domestically and around the globe that are located here. Thanks to our state leaders, Dalton State College obtained a new state-of-the-art science building, Peoples Hall, that provides advanced chemistry skills needed for this area. In 2016, a collection of manufacturers, both from the flooring industry and the non-flooring industry, along with the Greater Dalton Chamber and our post-secondary partners, came together to look at what else was needed. The group identified, as Pete mentioned earlier, the need for chemical lab technician skills and worked with GNTC to create the certificate level program. These types of jobs make over $20 an hour. But we didn't want people just to have an opportunity to learn those kind of skills and then have a ceiling on them. We wanted it to be seamless. So our partnership here got together, and the credit goes to the post-secondary partners as well as our Career Academy here that got in the room, and they figured out how to work around all the red tape and make it all seamless so that even a high school student can begin this effort while they're a junior or senior in high school through dual enrollment. They can take this certificate program at Georgia Northwestern. They can get a job even as an apprentice in high school, working in industry, making this money. And if they want to continue their career, they can go on to Dalton State to get the 2-year or 4-year degree in applied science, bachelor's of applied science in chemistry. We need everybody from a lab tech all the way to advanced PhDs in chemistry. We need every level of chemistry folks you can think about. Engineers, lab techs, everything you can think about. And so there are great opportunities for advancement and career growth. And we've begun marketing this to students and helping them understand what level of education you need at every step of the pipeline, every step of the process, and what kind of earning potential you have based on the degree you have and the kind of experience you have. And we're seeing students take advantage of these programs. As these programs continue to gain support and approval, our community still had to figure out how to equip that kind of a lab. So we had the vision for this chemical lab technician program, but we had to figure out, all right, how do we execute it? We've got the program approved now, we've got the seamless integration, but now we need a lab to pull it off in at Georgia Northwestern Technical College. So another example of an innovative partnership solution. Dalton State, now that they had Peoples Hall, said, well, you know, we've got an old chemistry lab that we don't need anymore. And so we can take that lab equipment and transfer it to the technical college. The technical college said, well, great, we don't have the money to buy any lab equipment right now because we didn't have this budgeted for. So we said, all right, well, now we got to figure out how to get the lab equipment from Dalton State to GNTC. So our industry said, well, we've got maintenance technicians that we've previously developed through GNTC. We'll send them over there and we'll disassemble the lab. We'll send it on one of our trucks over to the technical college and we'll reassemble it in the GNTC building. So we did that. The Career Academy provided the space, and we were able to get that lab up to speed to begin execution of that program. And the partnership went on to further apply for grants through the Appalachian Regional Commission to secure additional equipment and technology to support that program. So that's another example of a way a partnership can find ways to work around things that might otherwise take years and get those things done seamlessly and quickly. As you can see on the screen, we're currently working on a lot of other things. As previously mentioned last night, a floor covering training center in the new GNTC building, a 2-year engineering technology degree, and the first of its kind in Georgia, a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Sustainability degree at Dalton State that are going to really be game changers for our community here and help us in our local industry. So we've had a lot of opportunities to work together to address several things on the post-secondary level for our community. While we were addressing long and short-term needs with adults, and that's been critically important, and those are just a few examples. We could go on, but I know my time is limited. We also had to begin to address the image that young people had of manufacturing. Several years ago, we did surveys of our young people here in Whitfield County. We asked them about their impression of our industry, impression of manufacturing. And they responded overwhelmingly in saying that they saw manufacturing as low tech, as really not a place they want to be, as dirty. And we know that's not the case today. Today, it's not your grandfather's manufacturing operation. It's advanced. The floors are as clean you could eat off of them. You might get a little carpet lint in there if you tried to eat off of them, but you could eat off of them. But I can tell you, it's not at all what their image is. And we knew we had to start changing that. So again, our team came together and tried to start working on this. I often talk to high school counselors around the state, and sometimes I show them a slide, and I didn't include it today, but I wanted to share it with you. I have a slide that I start out with that says, how many of you would like to have this as your first job offer out of school? And on that slide, it has the following: $40,000 a year starting salary, full benefits, retirement, 2 to 3 weeks paid vacation, tuition to college paid for by your employer, career growth opportunities. So those are my 4 or 5 bullets. And I ask them to raise their hand. It never fails. Everybody in the room raises their hand. And then I reveal my last bullet, and it says all with a high school degree. That's the kind of opportunity that we offer in manufacturing to high school students just with a high school degree. But yet they don't see those opportunities out there, and they don't. We even have teachers here in our own backyard that tell students you can do better than working in the mill. Well, this is not the mill of old. It's an advanced manufacturing facility that provides amazing opportunities all over the world if you take advantage of those. And so we've had to work hard, and we're not there yet, but we are changing it every day with every encounter we have, and there's been a lot of efforts made. So let me share a couple of examples. One of the things we did, you can see this amazing group of young people on the screen here. We started trying to address this image back in 2011, and we figured the one way we did it was, we said, you know, Barbara Ward and I with the chamber, we got together and we said, we're going to do a manufacturing camp. And we decided to do that. We had about 3 or 4 months to plan it. And again, speed of business, we decided we could do it. And so we pulled this off. The first year we only had 29 students, but we honestly didn't know if anybody would show up. But we called it a design, engineering, and manufacturing camp. And we partnered with the Boys and Girls Club and our local schools. And every year it's grown. And this camp provides a hands-on experience for students. This year, you can see in 2017, we had over 130 students complete the camp. And this is another picture of some of the things they do. They get to build rockets. They design hovercrafts. They get to design their own piece of carpet. They build circuit boards. They program robots, both Lego robots and industrial robots. They tour advanced manufacturing facilities. They do a lot of soft skills and team building activities. They get to have a lot of fun, and they get to interact with people from industry. And so it's sponsored by over 20 different businesses in the community. It's free of charge to students. Doesn't cost them a dime. We give them swag bags and stuff and T-shirts, and they have a good time with that. We feed them every day using the school lunch program that's provided as well, which is a good thing. But they get to see the opportunities that are there right there in their backyard. They learn to use 3D software, and they're taught by college faculty. They're taught by members of our industry. They're taught by members of our K-12 faculty that volunteer their time. It's really an amazing program. We've had over 600 students over the past 7 years who have taken advantage of this. And we've also seen, as a result of this camp, 3 other camps in Northwest Georgia start as a result of our camp here. Other communities have heard about it, and they said, we need that too. We've shared this story across the state, and other communities across the state are looking at this type of thing too. And to me, no matter what your industry is or what your employment community might be in your area, if it's agriculture or whatever, this type of thing can work. It's hands-on. It's finding a way to engage kids in some fun, interactive things. You know, we don't design rockets in Northwest Georgia, but you can learn a lot about what we do in Northwest Georgia by designing a rocket. It's the problem solving, it's the collaborating with others, it's the fun of learning how to figure things out. It's the bringing creative ideas to the table. And so, you know, it's not all about just carpet, but everything we do ties back to carpet, and we always make that connection to the students. So that's a pretty cool thing that we've done here as well. We also implemented a program called Explore Experience, and this gives students in this next generation a chance to test drive careers of interest. Our committee got together, and again, the chamber and business community helped spearhead this, but Explore is a job shadow program for high school juniors. And they come out of school for 3 days. They still have to do all their schoolwork in school. They still have to do that, but they're excused from school for 3 consecutive days because 1 day is not enough to really know what a job does. And they get to shadow somebody in a field that they're interested in, which we strongly encourage them to be studying in high school. So if they're studying engineering, or they're studying healthcare, or they're studying marketing, they're going to be assigned to go shadow those kind of professions. It cuts across all different kinds of programs. We have people working with vets. We have people in the hospital. We have people at Shaw, all over the community. We have over 70 students a year that get to take advantage of this. Through this process, students have learned that in some cases that this was not the profession that they wanted to pursue. In other cases, it's confirmed that it is the profession they want to pursue. But in either case, that's a win. Because wouldn't we want students to learn that in high school as opposed to going to college and getting a degree in that and then realizing they don't want to work in healthcare? So, you know, it was talked about earlier, soft skills. We had a student one time that came to Shaw and fell asleep in a meeting. You know, because we take these students to meetings. We give them real projects. They're not just sitting there, you know, on their phone all day. They're doing real stuff in that field to get a real taste of it. The student fell asleep in a meeting. Now, we have some boring meetings at Shaw, I can tell you. But you know, that's part of it. And we were able to coach that young student. And but you know, that's an experience you need to have. It's not always going to be fun and exciting. So, but those are lessons we all have to learn sometime. We had some of them that said, you know, wow, there's a lot that goes on. Well, again, there's no TV show about working in a manufacturer. So, you know, we got to open our doors somehow and show students what it's really like. So programs like this give us that opportunity. So one final thing I'll talk about, and I'll close, is one of our most recent examples began in 2015, a consortium of floor covering companies. Now, we compete very ruthlessly in the marketplace for business. We all want to win in the marketplace. But when it comes to stuff like this, we work together. We have to make sure we don't violate antitrust laws, but we come together to solve these kind of problems. And so a consortium of competitors came together in our community with our Career Academy, Whitfield County Schools, Chamber of Commerce, and we designed this program here. And this program is designed to prepare students in high school for opportunities for high-paying jobs in our industry in Northwest Georgia. And again, it spreads across all those different spectrums of logistics, manufacturing and engineering, as well as administration, corporate administration, which is all the stuff we have right here. Because it all happens right here. We don't design it over in Europe and make it here. It all happens right here in Northwest Georgia. And we want to make sure that students get that information early. So as we have over 200 high school freshmen a year coming into this program in our College and Career Academy, and in their first 2 years of high school, they take a foundations class that gives them a broad exposure to all the things that we offer career-wise in Northwest Georgia. And then they pick a specialty area. It might be marketing, it might be industrial maintenance, it might be engineering, it might be something else. And they focus on that, they take a whole pathway in that. So their first 2 years is to focus on the area they think they're interested in. Now, some of them are going to change and pick something else, and that's okay too. But if they do that in the first 2 years, by the time they become a junior and senior, then they're able to move on when ready, or dual enrollment. They're also able to take part in one of the first of its kind European-inspired high school apprenticeship programs in the state. And you're going to hear another great example of what's happening in Noonan as well. This kind of opportunity we need more of in the state of Georgia. And so these apprenticeship programs, students get to work 3 days a week in our industry. They don't go to school those 3 days. They work full-time, 8 hours a day on those 3 days a week. We use online solutions and other things to finish up their high school requirements they might have left. Most of them by that time are already in college, so they're doing college classes. They go to school the other 2 days a week. and they get paid to work those 3 days a week. So they finished a pathway in an area they're interested in, and now they're working while they're in high school in that field. Our first group of 8 apprentices graduated this past year. We recognized them at a ceremony in May. And each of those students worked in our local industry in a multi-semester, year-long apprenticeship at a minimum. They collectively completed just under 1,000 days working in manufacturing, which was almost 7,500 hours of work. The manufacturers raved about them. They've all been hired by the manufacturers, or they're going to college and are going to be hired by manufacturers. Many of them are getting their college paid for by their manufacturers. They learn from mentors. They learn those soft skills and things they should and shouldn't do. They learned how to work with others. They applied what they learned in high school. They were excited and engaged because they were having fun while they were learning. Now, with us today is an example of this. I've got Mr. Josh Dunnigan, who's an amazing young man. Josh went to the Career Academy. He completed the mechatronics pathway while he was in school there. And his goal was to be an electrician, master electrician. As a high school senior, he not only apprenticed with Shaw and earned over $11 an hour while working 24 hours a week. He gained valuable training and mentoring from people in the field. At the same time, he was a dual enrolled student at GNTC and got his first year of college under his belt in the Industrial Systems program. He's now graduated, and he's been hired at Shaw. He's now making over $21 an hour. He has full benefits, a 401k retirement plan. He has our access to our tuition reimbursement plan, which is paying for his second year of college. And he's on a career path to not only become a master electrician, but we hope one day an electrical engineer. We need more people like Josh, more success stories like Josh in our state. And I can tell you, there are bright, amazing, and talented young people just like Josh throughout our state. And we've got to have these kind of partnerships to unleash their greatness and help them find their passion so that they can do great things in our state. And I appreciate Josh being here. He's a great example of what we're doing. So thank you, Josh. So just in closing, we continue to invest billions of dollars in Northwest Georgia back into our businesses, which requires investments in workforce development to continue. In our community, we've had everybody at the table, and we've encountered lots of challenges, but we never let a roadblock or somebody at any level of government or any level of our community telling us no to stand in our way. I can share more examples with you about that. But partnerships are the key. As a committee, anything you can do to encourage those strong partnerships, enable those partnerships to come together and talk about their needs and work together to address their local unique needs. Again, not everything we do here is going to work in every community, but coming together and talking about it, you can come up with a plan that will work in that community. And having a little bit of flexibility in funding is always a good thing. When there's a lot of red tape on how you can spend money and what you can do and not do with it, whether it's in education or whether it's some kind of grant or whatever, it frustrates the heck out of business and industry. And I tell you, when you start encountering those kind of roadblocks, business and industry will leave the table in a hurry if they keep getting those kind of frustrations, because we like to move fast and we like to get results, and we can't stand it when we get things that get in our way. So we need your help in those fronts. But while we've made a lot of progress, we're still working on it, and our journey's ongoing. By continuing to work together, though, we remain focused on achieving results to create a better future for our people, our companies, and our communities in this region. I thank you very much for your time this morning.
Good morning. Are you hanging in? I saw a couple of you worried when Brian mentioned the student falling asleep. I was looking closely at the room. So thank you for allowing us to have time here to talk with you today. Just a quick poll. How many of the council members are familiar with Great Promise Partnership? Just so I know. Okay, good. There'll be some value then. Roy mentioned Southwire and 12 for Life program. Joe said last night there's no single path for success, and I want to sort of pick up on that theme. Many of us employers in the state had visited Southwire in Carrollton and had seen their 12 for Life program. The good news is it's an incredible thing for them. The bad news is it's sort of a utopian state. So many people walked away from it saying, we can't do that. Just one example, they have an entirely separate plant for their students that they constructed. It's a beautiful thing, but for our business, as an example, just was not a feasible path. So as the state tried to figure out how do we scale what we see at 12 for Life, and the governor at the time reached out through the Department of Community Affairs for how do we make this something that can be replicated across rural Georgia, across metro Georgia, across the entire state. And I'll share some of the statistics of how that's been successful over the last few years. But one of the beginning points was no single path for success. So we have to make it where a single student can be hired. An employer doesn't have to be as large as a Southwire or as a Shaw Industries, but how do we make it fit for everybody uniquely in the state? So that's how we began, and I'll give you some details going forward. I don't want to read the mission statement, A Great Promise, to you, but I do just want to share some of the themes you heard Brian and Roy echo again. It's about partnerships. It's about how do we bring together constituencies, and I'll give you a little breakdown in another slide on that. And as Roy mentioned, and Joe did last night as well, it's about how do we use workforce development to achieve economic development. And we know that we can do that, in particular through Great Promise Partnership for some of our most at-risk students. We have students in the state today trying to complete high school while they're homeless. We have students in the state who are raising their siblings, who are already parents before they get out of high school. That's an incredible task for any stage in life, but for a student who's really had no development yet on life skills and understanding, and to be able to try to accomplish that and finish their academic career at the same time, almost unfathomable. And when you listen to these students describe, you know, how they ended up where they are, it's really heart-wrenching. It grabs you. And I know this is in many forms around the state and other areas as well, but for us at Great Promise Partnership, this is our entire focus. We only are focused on at-risk high school students. So as an example, traditional work-based learning, my youngest child was in a work-based learning program. He didn't need to be in a work-based learning program, with all due respect. He wanted to do something, and that helped him do it, and he had completed a lot of his credits in high school. That's great. I'm glad we have a program for people with that interest, but he wasn't at risk for graduating. GPP is focused exclusively on at-risk students who are probably not going to graduate from high school if we don't have something to help them. And as Brian said, equally at the same time, as employers in manufacturing in particular, we're eager for good people to come in and be retained in our workforces, not to mention your efforts to try to recruit new industries and growth in industries into our state. And it all centers on having that skilled and ready workforce. I mentioned the partnerships that are required in the community, and this gives you just a snapshot of what it looks like. We evolve our language over time at GPP, and we're currently have launched a program called Cornerstone Communities, where we'll be recognizing communities across the state. And in particular, we need these 4 pillars to come together. So we need business leadership, the likes of Shaw or other industries. We need educational leadership. So as an example, in Athens-Clarke County, when we formed a Manufacturers Roundtable, we brought in our school superintendent and asked for support. We brought in our technical college president and asked for support for the Great Promise Partnership consortium that we were trying to form in our community. We brought in our mayor, we brought in our chamber president, our economic development folks. You have to have that kind of skin in the game, as Joe mentioned last night, in order for a program like Great Promise Partnership to be successful, because Brian mentioned some obstacles and roadblocks here. That's true in every community. Every time you try to create change, you're going to meet some sort of resistance. And really what determines success or not is how creative can the community be for overcoming those elements when they occur. We certainly have been successful. In your handouts, you'll see later where we stand today in terms of all the communities that are invested in GPP, the employers, the schools, as well as sort of our next horizon for folks who have already stepped up and said they'll be committing more. Based on the limited number of folks who are familiar, I want to take just a minute and give you a little detail on Great Promise and how it works. Someone asked me last night, you know, why can't the employers just do this on their own? Just hire the high school students. And the issue for us, beyond, you heard mentioned already, some things, whether it be drug screening or other fallouts, the reality is the students have to be prepped. They need to understand manufacturing. They need to understand soft skills, can't fall asleep in a meeting, whatever all those things are. That prep time has to be accomplished before the employment cycle begins. And what the GPP coordinators do in conjunction with your success coaches, your high school counselors across the state, is they go in ahead of it. They're the forerunners, and they prepare the students for, is this really what you want to do? Is this something you want to pursue? For us as an employer, that's critical, because now when we go in to actually interview students, we know they've been through some of those core skills training. We know that our fallout rate will be greatly reduced because of what's happened ahead of time to prep. So much work takes place before we get there. These are 9th through 12th graders. We're following Department of Labor guidelines in terms of age requirements. I know you'll hear more from Roy later, potentially on some advocations on that, but the reality today is all of the employers for GPP students follow all the Department of Labor guidelines for how we do that, what jobs they can and can't do accordingly, et cetera. And then the other side of the model is the workplace side, where we go in and hire students for real work. You know, one of the key pieces of Great Promise Partnership is this is not artificial. This is not make-up work. This is not a charity program. The expectations, we have students who come in and who get fired because they don't perform the way they need to perform. Now, as Brian said, you're coaching them up. You're trying to do everything you can do to help them be successful, just like you would any other employee. But ultimately, part of what's happening is for them to have the learning, and to have the learning sooner than later. But in the workplace, they work half a day and go to school half a day. And depending on the employer, depending on the school system, how it's all set up, it can be different hours. They can go to school first, then come to work, vice versa. Sometimes they go to school during the day and work a second shift position. It just depends what the needs are of the employer and what the needs are of the student. And all that is being coordinated by the Great Promise Partnership team, along with the high school coaches, guidance counselors, et cetera, and trying to really put together a customized solution. A hidden value for the employers is with our existing workforce. You know, it's magical when you bring a high school student in and assign them a mentor who's an adult in your workplace. It's almost like an immediate adoption process. They call them their kids. You go do anything to mess with one of those students, and it's incredible, you know, with the adult mentors. We've seen a tremendous increase even in our folks in terms of attention to quality, safety things, because they're now looking at it through the eyes of these children, they call them, of theirs, that they've taken a high degree of ownership for. So there's an intangible benefit the employer is getting as well as the students getting through the process. Mentoring, life skills training are being provided in the workplace by the employers as well. So we, in addition to assigning that mentoring, they're going through where are they at with their academic pursuits, how are they helping them. I remember in one of our work sites where we had GPP students, when a student asked their mentor, is it okay if we talk about personal things? And then she started to share a lot of the trials and tribulations that were going on in her home place. And our leader was able then to coach and listen and talk through some of those things. And we think the students have access to all that through all the other means, but they don't. They need that, and so it's an incredible element of the success of the program. Just a few statistics here. In 2011 and 12, when we began the statewide version of Great Promise Partnership, we had 5 students, 1 school, 1 employer, and nobody was falling out of the program at those low numbers. In 2016 and 17, we have 655 students, 31 schools, 51 employers across the state, and we still only have about a 2% dropout rate. So we're talking about students who We're dropping out of high school before, again, only at-risk cohort is a part of what we're targeting, and instead today only 2% of them are dropping out through the process of the program. You can see some other statistics there. We've now prepared almost 2,000 students, 300% every year growth. You know, Brian mentioned results and speed, and these are the kind of things that the business community wants to achieve, and GPP is a part of what we do, and we want those same standards applied there. 637 at-risk students have been employed. I mentioned 51 different employers across the state. 577 at-risk students have now graduated, and this does not include the Southwire numbers. Southwire, I believe today, is over 1,000 students through their program already. So again, the cumulative effect of everything that's happening around the state is significant. I do want to say, just before I move on, in order for Great Promise Partnership to be sustainable, we need a sort of a long-term strategy that includes what part of the state does this really belong in. There was sort of a jettison process, and the way our structure works today, we have 4 state agencies that loan personnel into the team. We have a 501c3 set up because some of the employers, like a Shaw or other businesses, that helps them from a monetary perspective, but reality is this is one of the things the government got right, with all due respect. And at the end of the day, we need it to end up inside of a state agency to really be sustainable going forward. When you see the results we're achieving, when you think about the contribution to the economy by our student workers, $3.5 million, average income $5,500 a year for our students. The lifetime cost to Georgia for a high school dropout is thought to be about $215,000. So when you start doing the math, and I always kid our GPP team as their board chair, you know, they like to make the numbers really big. So when you look at the savings for GPP students not dropping out, and the correlation we know between high school dropouts, incarceration rates, other costs on the taxpayer dollars, and the strain on the systems accordingly, I tell our team, even if they're 2/3 wrong, it's $30–40 million of savings for the state for less than $1 million a year. That's the cost to run the program. So I don't know of a way to have a better ROI than that. I want to close with just one story, and then Dale's going to give you some more detail, you know, on the process and where we're headed from here. We were entertaining parents and students one night at one of our facilities to kick off a new group. And at the end of the night, one of the moms of a young lady asked our HR person, and I happened to be standing there, you know, how often is my daughter going to get paid? And very legitimate question, you know, clearly on the mom's mind. And so our person answered, you know, every other week or whatever it was. And then the mom said, how much is she going to make? And we answered, and $8.25 or something an hour. And the mom said, that's more than I make. And when I heard that, it really struck me, and I sort of dialed in a little deeper to look and see what was happening, and I realized the mom was very happy because her daughter now has an opportunity to do something she doesn't have an opportunity to do. That's the kind of benefit for the student and the kind of benefit for the employer to have that student in our workplace. And so I hope as you hear Dale talk in more detail about an employer community with Great Promise Partnership, I hope as you consider all the things you're looking at as a council, that you'll come along beside us and help us figure out how to sort of land this plane in a state agency so that it's really sustainable long-term for the state, for our students, and for our employers alike. Thank you. Oh, he's going to put this up. Okay. Okay.
So thank you very much for listening today. And thank you for taking the time to focus on the right thing. at least from
college degree. The rest we had to self-train. And I've got some of them that are making $60,000, $70,000 a year with overtime, and all they've got's a high school diploma. I wish they had more skills, but we haven't done that in our state until now. So what are our challenges? As a nation, we have no system to train at the federal level. Every state, every community is all different. There's no equivalent to what they do in Germany. There are collaborations. We've heard it from different companies here today, but it's always been a company by company, and you've got to be large enough with enough deep enough pockets to be able to do a training program to self-develop your own talent. The flooring industry is doing a great job up here in Northwest Georgia. Other larger corporations are doing the same thing. I know Caterpillar has something. Pratt & Whitney down in Columbus area has something. But it's really hard for a small or a mid-sized company to handle the cost of doing a program on their own. We've also told our youth in the country for the last 20 or 30 years, manufacturing is dirty, you heard that earlier today, that getting a trade is uncool, and the only way you get a good job is to go on to college. But there are so many jobs out there that make a lot more money that don't need a college degree. And you heard that earlier with the technical college system discussing that as well. In the system we've got going on now in 4 counties, 3 technical colleges, and 21 companies in Georgia, they will get a high school diploma. They'll get they won't get that 4-year degree. They're looking to get a 2-year technical college degree and a good paying job. So how have we done that in Georgia? The first thing we did is we looked at what is a need. How do we create a program? What do we start with? And every manufacturing plant needs a good industrial mechanic, okay? There's a lot of other careers out there, but that's one of the top 10 critical career needs that the governor has recognized for our state. There's a HOPE grant for that now. So we said, let's look at industrial mechanics. So how are we going to fill that void? We have to self-develop our own talent. There's not enough kids going on to the technical college. So we took the German system, partnered with the German American Chamber and others, which Mark will cover in much more detail, and we've modeled in as closely as possible the German system. So we started down in Coweta County with industrial mechanics. And as I was saying, they'll finish their normal high school degree. They'll be dual enrolled at the technical college. They'll be able to complete in a 3-year program their full associate's degree as an industrial mechanic, or certificates. But the program, if they start, and we're talking about rising sophomores and juniors. So we're talking about students that are 15 that are being hired into manufacturing. And at the age of 16, they can start to actually train at the facility, contrary to popular belief, okay? So we're in the 2nd year in Coweta County, the 1st year in 3 other locations, and Mark is going to cover who's been involved and how we've been developing up to this point in time.
David, thank you. It really is the drive of the business community that makes this program go. There are not enough spaces on this slide to tell you all the people involved. We'll start with the Lieutenant Governor, but folks, that includes all of you. You built the infrastructure for this. You built it because you built the opportunity, Chairman Coleman, Chairman England, so many others, for flexibility and the use of that in dual enrollment. You created 2 years ago Senate Bill 2, and we'll talk about that. Critical to this. The German American Chamber is the competent body in German law that manages these programs worldwide. The German American Chamber told us on Monday that this is the first program ever in the United States to apply the German apprenticeship system the way it's applied in Germany to high school age students with a consortium of companies. We went to the technical college system of Georgia and started there, taking the German curriculum and shaping it into certificates, diploma, and associate degree so that it could be immediately used across the state of Georgia.
Central Educational Center, that's where I am. I'm the CEO at CEC. We were the first college and career academy in the state. Thank you for your support for that effort. Again, replicable models. There are now 39 other college and career academies across Georgia. Our Coweta County school system uses the flexibility that you created in the strategic waiver school system contract. Our school system has been about innovation, and they've been about using the flexibility to make that happen. And they've been about listening to the employment community in Coweta County. West Georgia Tech, led by a president who came from manufacturing, uses the opportunity to collaborate with the College and Career Academy to take the great things that are put in place by the technical college system, put them in place regionally, and grab the attention of younger people in high schools by using the College and Career Academy. We've got an industry consortium. These folks don't compete with each other. They don't manufacture the same thing. The only place they compete is for great talent. They can't keep doing that. We have to create more talent for them. And what they've all told us is that we have to create that talent at much younger ages. They can't wait for people to be in their mid to late 20s. They've got to have them by the time they're 18. This is a 3-year program that can be completed by the time a student reaches 18 and graduates from high school. Our Coweta County Development Authority recruits business and industry. We just had the groundbreaking for a major manufacturing facility, a company moving its U.S. headquarters from Charlotte, North Carolina to Noonan, Georgia. One of 2 reasons they cited was the German apprenticeship system. Now, while they're building their manufacturing facility, this is the 2nd year of them already making financial contribution to support this system. They're buying the tools that young people need in this program. Our Chamber of Commerce isn't listed here, but our chamber was the business group that started the College and Career Academy. Likewise, we don't have the State Board of Education nor the DOE listed. They built, along with you, the infrastructure to make this happen. It's through the use of flexibility, it's through the use of great programs like work-based learning that we can make programs like this happen. Georgia Tech, heavily involved in this through their Georgia Manufacturing Extension Partnership. Their young worker safety training area at Tech is our state's liaison with OSHA for young workers, and they've been helping us understand what we can, what we cannot do. They've been incredibly helpful. You passed Senate Bill 2. You know what that does. Senate Bill 2 creates an on-ramp so that a program like this can be completed while a student is in high school. A student will receive, by the time they finish this program, they will simultaneously graduate with their high school class. They'll graduate on time. They'll graduate from technical college with at least 2 certificates, probably a full diploma, and likely an associate degree. And you've even created legislation that helps bridge the gap between the diploma and the associate degree. We appreciate so much that support. Senate Bill 186 that you passed this year has been signed into law, and that provides the bridge. Matthew talked about House Bill 402. The German American Chamber, they provided the translated German training criteria, the curriculum that was built by a consortium of industry, labor, and education in Germany. The technical college system shaped that into certificates, diploma, associate degree that we can apply across the state of Georgia. College and Career Academy. We're the place where students have as a nerve center to help connect all the dots. We manage that work-based learning system. We track the educational status of the student. We provide information to students and their parents. We assist in the recruiting and enrollment. That's probably much too small to see. The yellow at the top shows the required high school courses in SB2. The green lime color on the screen, the technical college courses. The blue, the time spent at the manufacturer. Please note that until about the senior year of high school, about the third year of the program, these young people really aren't producing for the company. They're doing curricular projects that are required to earn that German certification. So in addition to their high school diploma and their technical college credentials, they're gaining a certification that's known worldwide. We're adding, with the support of DOE and others, we're adding the USDOL so that we can have a USDOL registered apprenticeship, so they'll get another certification. They'll leave high school with no debt because of your support for dual enrollment, and they'll leave high school with dollars earned from the manufacturer. That's our industry consortium who really helped build this program. Again, replicable. Notice that these companies, 3 Japanese. It's not just German companies that do this. These are companies from around the world. 3 Japanese companies, 2 German, 2 American, 1 Canadian in the original consortium. These are the companies participating in Newton and Rockdale County. Again, we're trying to create things that are replicable. All of our panelists from business have talked about that, and we're all attempting to do that. A community in Georgia can jump onto this program if they choose to do so. We've put the pieces in place. You've put the infrastructure in place. Those are our education partners. Last year we started with many fewer than that. Our program has significantly increased this year. What's been accomplished? Mentor training. You heard much about the importance of mentors. They're important in this system. David has an identified mentor, a skilled person at EGO who's working with the apprentices. Right now, not getting those apprentices to do any production for EGO, but spending his time working with the apprentices on the curricular projects required by the certification program. A uniform wage scale while they're in the program. No benefits. Students have to provide proof of medical insurance. And David, you might want to mention just briefly the year of service tied to the technical college curriculum, and then the fact that you're giving them credit.
Right. I mean, what's really critical in all this is these are students. I mean, they may work at EGO, and that work, when I say that, is it's really not, it's training. They're getting textbooks. They've got, the first year is 28 projects. They're giving metal and a hacksaw and files, and they have to make things. They can't work with powered equipment at age 15. In fact, at 15, they had to stay over at the technical college. We're having a nice debate with the Department of Labor on that, and we think we found a workaround at their recommendation that's going to allow us to bring a 15-year-old into a manufacturing facility to train on a certified training program as part of both a Georgia apprentice or Georgia CAT and a DOL apprentice, and we will be registered, all of the students will be registered through the Department of Labor as well. But what's really critical is that we as manufacturers understand these are students. We are becoming part of the education system within our community and throughout the state of Georgia. And we have to understand that, just like these other gentlemen described, we're helping bridge what is up till now become a problem area in our state. We have a lot of students that sit in a classroom and don't want to be there. They're not book learning people, they're hands-on learning students. And this gives them an outlet. These are the students who are, you know, they don't have to be A. We don't want F students either, but we're looking for students who are B+, C-, whatever it is, who want to work with their hands and develop a skill and get a job that they can be proud of. In manufacturing, is one starting point. They're already working on logistics, and we're working on a program for office apprenticeship type workers that'll hopefully be rolled out in the next year. So that's all part of the German American Chamber program. That's the core of this as well. A memorandum of understanding was signed between Lieutenant Governor Cagle and the German American Chamber to help spearhead this program and keep it running. What's critical on what we wanted to do here by working through Lieutenant Governor Cagle's office is we don't want to do something unique for just Coweta County. We wanted to do something that could be brought out anywhere there's a college and career academy, a technical college, a reasonable industry base, and a school system that's willing to support that. And it's a group effort. It has to be a consortium of all of those people working together. And then for us, this was more industry-led than anything else. And it started with my counterpart in Grenzebach and myself, and I know Mark was integral in the very beginning. It's been a lot of time and effort, but it's something that you can put in any community in the state of Georgia. You've already backed that, and the technical college system has already got this, so they can roll out at any one of those 22 college and other technical colleges.
So companies will extend their time of service accumulation. David, does that mean that companies, if you've been in this 3-year program, you get 3 years of credit?
Yes, let's say we start off with a certain amount of vacation time on year 1. Let's say you get to year 5, you get more vacation time. They're already 3 years employees by the time we actually formally hire them after they finish their education program.
The German American Chamber provides those kinds of support. Again, they are the group that's familiar with doing this. In Germany, they've been doing it for decades. It works for the vast majority of students in Germany. In Germany, it is a post-high school experience. You know that formal high school in Germany very often ends at the 9th grade. What you've done with Senate Bill 2 is you've helped us to Americanize that. It's unacceptable in America to end high school after the 9th grade. So we don't. But we still make after 9th grade in this program a post-secondary experience because of the infrastructure that you've built with Senate Bill 2 and dual enrollment. So these young people are still in high school. Now they're also in college, and they're gaining credentials that are valuable to employers. The exams are rigorous. The German American Chamber has to be on point to help us develop those. I don't think we have any other slides. Do you have questions?
Okay. One of the problems that we're having are people not passing the drug test. And I think that's happening down in our high schools, that the students are, I think a lot of it is marijuana, but they are having other problems. Doesn't this happen in Germany, and what happens to those students? And how do you, how do you
German
tell
laws are
whether
a
this
little
is a student
different
you
on-
take or weed it out?
Yeah, German laws are a little different on drug testing and alcohol and so on, compared to what we do in the United States.
More lenient?
Yeah, I would say they're probably more lenient. But let's just talk about ourselves. Yeah, I think there might be some issues down at the 14, 15-year-old, but not as many. The nice thing about this is we're starting with youth, maybe before they get to the point where they hit those troubled years. And you get them as part of your team at 15.
Okay.
And they become, like I think they said, they're our kids now. I mean, I've got Josiah and Cole from last year, and Kyler just started yesterday or on Monday. And, we've had an Oktoberfest as a group consortium, no beer, it's a school function. We've had Santa Claus come in and do some stuff with the kids. Again, we understand these are high school students. When they finish the end of the day, they can still go back to their original high school and be on the football team or whatever after-school program they want to do. But because they have a mentor, they have somebody they can talk to. They have someone they can look up to as a role model at these companies. And I don't know if you would have that with every other student in high school.
I want to commend you. I mean, this is, I'm very familiar with what you're doing. I think it's wonderful. One thing we're looking at too, that we're going to be doing this next month probably, are the right, talk about all this now. Some of these students you're working with at risk, that was my real concern. They need a lot of the wraparound services, the homelessness, the whatever. So we're looking at the Marietta model, and what they've done there, with providing some of these other services to go hand in hand with what you're doing. And we're going to try to encourage, a lot of superintendents in schools to look at these things, needing clothes, daycare for some of these that got to go home and do a lot of things, some special counseling for these students. And what we've done is we've looked at, instead of asking teachers what they think they need, we've asked students, what are the wraparound services they need. And it shocked us to find out how different they were. What the students said they really needed to be successful, what the teachers thought they needed. So I commend you, and I think if we can add this other component, that'll get at some things you're talking about, Sharon. You can get those things early. If they got an alcoholic mom, they've got this that we need to help. So we're looking at that this September. Go back next month. We're looking at going to Marietta, look at that model.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you have a lot of families that are fairly poor. And how does a student get into a program and be able to stick with it because they've got to get a job? Well, these students can earn up to $20,000 to $25,000 in their 3 years in high school because every minute they're training at the company is paid. So they're earning $8, then $10, then $12 an hour in high school. And even after that, they'd still have time to do an after-school job, et cetera, because this is during the work day or the school day.
Mr. Roy, I think you've got a couple of wrap-up comments.
Just very, very briefly, in the interest of time, listen, we know that we've got a job to do as manufacturers to convey in a better way the realities of today's modern advanced manufacturing plants. So that's our responsibility, and we're taking that on. But we'll have for you a set of recommendations that will support and further encourage the programs that you've heard about today and help to move them around the state. But we want to thank you very much for the attention that you've provided today, and we look forward to working with you as you continue your deliberations. So thank you very, very much.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to go to the podium. I'm going to introduce the next two presenters, and I do not want to cut them short because they have prepared, and certainly we want them to present, but I'm going to ask them to cut it to the essentials if at all possible. We're going to hear from the Northwest Georgia Regional Commission Executive Director Lloyd Frazier first, followed by hiring and retention of workforce from Pilgrim's Pride Corporation, Betty Bishop. Lloyd, come talk to us. Well, we're streaming, so we need, and we're recording, so we, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you so much. As he said, my name is Lloyd Frazier. I'm with the Northwest Georgia Regional Commission. Of course, you know there are 12 regional commissions in the state of Georgia. We just have the 15 counties in Northwest. It's my pleasure to be here today to make a few comments to you about infrastructure, give you some examples about what that is and what that does. I've got two of my associates here in case there's any questions. Ethan Calhoun is our senior planner. Ethan, raise your hand there. And Dina Perry is one of our economic development reps. They got all the answers and they do all the work. I just wanted to say, I've been in this business a long time, And, you know, I look around the room and I see some folks that's around my age, and I see some folks, many folks that are much younger. Years and years ago, when we talked about infrastructure, it was pretty much water and the occasional water tank, and that grew into sewer lines and highways and roads and site prep and all these other things, workforce development, quality of life, and on and on. And then this thing called broadband. This is just as crucial as water or sewer to business and industry. Those of you that might be around my age, broadband hasn't been around that long, if you think about it. I know some of the young folks can't believe it, but I remember a time when broadband or Wi-Fi was strange words that nobody knew what they meant. It wasn't even on a radar screen. So we have come a long, long way. I wanted to take a look at some of the infrastructure projects just spotted around our region in northwest Georgia to tell you about how many jobs, how much private investment, and we'll start down in Floyd County. Lowe's Distribution Center in Floyd County. It's a 1.4 million square foot building. Well, that's a big building to me. I come from just outside of Aragon, Georgia, a little community called Flint Hill. The area I live in, we got more cows and chickens and goats and hogs, and that's how rural we are than people we have in the area. So that's a huge building. Anyway, it's on 400 acres. It was $125 million in private investment from this company to locate in Floyd County, and it's got about let's see, over 600 regional jobs. I mean, with that many jobs, it does pull from a massive region. If we can step down to Haralson County, we've got the Honda Precision Parts. Whoa! Hello. Hello. We have Honda Precision Parts transmission plant. It employs over 440 folks in little rural Harrison County. Over in Bartow, you've got a number of plants there. I'm just going to mention one, Toyo Tire. It's employing 850 people right now, and that was $200 million in private investment. There's a company, Audia, which is a plastics extrusion company up in Walker County, up in Lafayette, that has 75 jobs, but again, that was about a $53 million private investment. Rockmart, Georgia, Rockmart Industrial Park. I remember that park started out with available acreage. I don't remember exactly how much, but the Development Authority built a 100 square foot spec building on this site. Today that industrial park has grown. It has commercial cold storage. That's a massive freezer operation. That's where you get your frozen chicken nuggets and frozen French fries and all that from. They are manufactured and shipped there for holding until they go out to the grocery stores. You've got Jefferson Southern. It's a facility that manufactures fenders for the Honda minivan. Then we got Davis Asphalt and the commercial laundry. But anyway, you've got over 750 employees in this little park that started with a 100,000 square foot spec building that was built. So it's just massive. Of course, you know, we're right here on top, and everybody knows about, just east of us here in Murray County, the Appalachian Inland Port that's been developed and is continuing to be developed, and you know, the state of Georgia is very involved with that. The federal government has funds in that also in the infrastructure, and we'll continue to have more funds in the future. We've seen numbers that the initial build out on that will be 7,000 to 8,000 jobs, indirect jobs will be associated with this inland port. Probably will be more than that when it's completely built out. But I say this to say that all over the state of Georgia, it's spotted with all these plants that's created jobs, that's invested private investment, and they're all over the state. And this is just a few examples. But Georgia's doing a great job in their industry recruitment and economic development recruitment. And, I thank you on the state legislature that has adopted and supported programs that support economic development, and there are a number of them. The projects that we've worked on in Northwest Georgia specifically, all of them had local investment, state investment. Many of them had federal dollars and then private dollars. It's a team of all these dollars coming together to make these projects happen. And thank you again for you supporting those programs and making those economic development programs, state programs, available for folks like me that can work with the companies and communities in developing the infrastructure. If it wasn't for that, what do the communities have to rely on? SPLOST, Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax. That's far and few between, but that's a way to fund major infrastructure projects. General fund tax dollars that's set aside for certain capital improvement programs is another way, and then loans and grants is a third way that those infrastructure projects can be funded. So all of those businesses that we mentioned have one thing in common. They created jobs, private investment, and opportunities for your citizens, but they all started with one thing, and that's infrastructure. That's the one thing that ties all of them together, is they had to have and continue to have the infrastructure so they can continue to grow. That's all I've got. I know we're short on time, so if anybody got any questions, I got my smart folks over here. All right? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to tell our story in this investigation that you're doing and all the data that you're trying to gather. I am the Human Resources Manager at Pilgrims in LJ, Georgia. A lot of the stuff I'm going to cover probably would have fit more of the discussions that we had yesterday. However, they will fit into a lot of stuff that was brought out today, talking about soft skills. I have been in the poultry industry since I was 17 years old. I'm going to try to make this as quick as I can, but I'm very passionate about my job. I've been in the business for 44 plus years. So I could talk about this until supper time tonight, but I know I'm between y'all and lunch, so I'm going to try to make it as quick as I can. But the work ethic, just because soft skills, we talked about it, the work ethic, the sense of accountability and the sense of ownership that I have that has made me as successful and as dedicated to my job and to getting a good result came from my parents. My parents learned it from their parents, and it's been handed down. From my experience on what I see on a day-to-day basis of the people who come that we're trying to find to fill the chicken plant, which is what we're trying to get away from being called just the chicken plant. Nobody's being raised, very few people are being raised at home. If they don't get it at school, they're not getting it anywhere. So if we are looking at that being the source of where soft skills get trained, they need to start at kindergarten and start trying to work from there forward, in my opinion. Again, like I said, my degree's in computer science from Kennesaw State University. I'm like Speaker Ralston, I'm from the other side of the mountain. I was born in LJ in a little community called Bucktown. All my family lived there. Generations, I've counted back 5 generations so far for my dad, trying to keep up with it for him. Everybody was raised knowing that you had to work to earn what you had. As far as the chicken business, I started, like I said, at 17. There was tuition reimbursement then, so I graduated high school in 3 years, was recruited for my math skills because there were no computers back then. Measuring empty space in a corn bin that holds millions of tons of corn to figure out how much inventory you had was a skill that not many people had. So they recruited me for my math skills, and then they paid for my college education and got me through college, and I have progressed throughout my career till I have been everything from an accounting manager to a IT manager to now I'm settled in human resources. I'm very passionate about my job, so I will try to make it as quick as I can, but I think it's good for y'all to hear from somebody like me and from a company like Pilgrims who deals day to day with trying to get enough people in that plant to produce what we consider not just a chicken plant, we feed the world. We really do. I'm going to have to put my glasses on. I apologize for back and forth. Page down. Okay. I'm just going to real quick outline, and then we'll skip to the nitty gritty. I'll give you an overview. JBS is the parent company of Pilgrims. Pilgrims in LJ used to be a Gold-Kissed co-op. We're bought by Pilgrims. Pilgrims bankrupt and was bought out by JBS, which is a huge worldwide company. I want to give you a little bit of the economic impact that Pilgrims LJ has on the community. What would happen if you looked at the dollars that we put in if Pilgrims disappeared from the community. And then an overview of just the LJ complex, and then of course our biggest issues, turnover and hiring, which is what we want to talk about. Give you just a quick brief overview of this. Is by no means going to be comprehensive. There's no way we can talk about everything that we've done for the last especially 2 years where we've battled to stay even, much less gain the jobs that we've lost back. And then what we're working on right now and our perspective of what we think the problem is, which part of it is the soft skills that I talked about. Pilgrim's Pride is the second largest chicken producer in the world with a capacity of producing more than 34 million birds a week. That equates to 10 billion pounds of chicken annually. So when I said we feed the world, I literally mean we feed the world. Chicken is one of the cheapest proteins that there are in the world. We operate in 14 U.S. states and in Mexico and Puerto Rico. We're committed, we like to say, and we are people first. It's the poultry business, but we are people first. We can't do anything that we have to do without the people that run the business. We're committed to the safety and future of the 40,000 plus people that we employ through those 14 states and in Mexico and Puerto Rico. We have to provide a safe workplace for the team members, the opportunity for them to grow and to develop if we are a people-first company, and then safe, wholesome product that we sell to everyone. Economic impact of LJ, Pilgrims LJ. I'll get to the numbers of how many employees that we have there. We have a plant, 2 hatcheries, a feed mill, and a truck shop. Other than that, we have contract growers who raise our chickens for us. It's our product. We pay them to use their housing to raise for us. We have 171 contract growers, which between those 171, they have 707 houses. We pump $30+ million a year into the economy just to those growers. For payroll and benefits to the other employees, over $40 million a year. This is just the LJ plant. This is not everybody else. This is just the LJ plant. In payroll taxes, we put $9 million plus a year into the economy. Property tax for LJ, $250,000 a year. Electricity, $2 million a year. Gas, $700,000. And here's the biggie that hurts us in LJ. We spend $3.7 million a year for that LJ plant to process a little less than 2 million birds a week. That's over 70% of the Water Authority's budget. What would happen if the chicken plant disappeared out of LJ? All right, an overview of LJ in particular. We're a part of the fresh food business unit for Pilgrims. I'll take real quick time to introduce my support system that's here with me today, Kathy Pinkston. Kathy is the HR director for the Fresh Business Unit system. What does Fresh Business Unit mean? It means all of our product is time sensitive with a shelf life of 14 days. What does that mean? That means all of our product is processed, packaged, and delivered to our customers safely, quickly, and efficiently. We don't produce to a freezer anywhere to be shipped out later. It has to be delivered in store to the customers and sold. What does that mean? We have to have people. We cannot start a production run. We can't bring chickens in from the farm to process, and it becomes an animal welfare issue. You have to take them off feed so long before you can process them. After you take them off feed, the biological process begins. You can't stick them back out on the farm and start feeding them again. You have to, when you're dealing with live product, you have to finish the process. We have to have people in the plant to do the whole process. Like I said, with all that, our most important asset is the people. Even though we have millions of dollars worth of automation in the plant, we can't run without people. We've not been able to automate the whole system yet. Our team members are the most important asset. Just for the LJ plant, and you know that with a big company like this and them counting every dollar to make a profit, we've counted every position that it needs for us to operate from beginning to end. For the LJ plant, it takes 1,001 people to process every job. That doesn't count for adding extra staff to fill in for absenteeism or vacations. That's just how many jobs it takes to run the plant. As of Friday or Thursday when I put this report together to send it in, we had 903 employees. We're 98 people short. I've been fighting that battle for 2 years. I've not been able to get more than 10 ahead, and I'll lose them back again. The poultry industry is more automated than it's been in the past. However, it's still extremely labor intensive. It will remain labor intensive. Every single position, from hanging live birds on the line to shipping the product on the truck when it's finished, is very important. Without someone in each labor position, whether it's because of absenteeism or because of this short staffing, we have to make changes in the process. Like I said, we can't just stop the line where it's at and leave the birds hanging until the next day. You're going to throw product away. The only thing we can do is we either have to slow the line down, slow process down. If you slow the process down, that means you finish later. That means you have to keep people over and away from their families. They work late, or they work weekends to make up the orders. It is time sensitive. So all of that contributes to higher turnover. When you work people for weekends, you work them multiple days in a row. This year, I think we've worked 8 weekends already. That's 8 weekends we've took people away from their families. That's not putting people first when you take them away from their families. And hiring, we'll get into that here in a little while too, what the issues we are having with hiring. All right, just to let you know that, again, we're not just the chicken plant. Here's what we offer at LJ. They get paid vacation after a year, and it is on a service basis. After 1 year, you get a week. After 5 years, you get 2 weeks, on up to a maximum of 4 weeks vacation. We pay 8 holidays a year. All you have to do is pass your probationary period, and your holidays start kicking in, which is 60 days. We provide medical insurance, prescription drug program, dental coverage, vision coverage, free preventive care, 401k match. This one is going to change. I'm going to go into it in a minute. A $200 retention bonus for hires. All they got to do is stay 90 days and keep in good standing, and they get a $200 bonus. a $500 referral bonus. Employees that we currently have, if they bring us a new hire, they get a $500 referral bonus if that employee stays the required amount of time. We do perfect attendance rewards every 6 months, a day off with pay, and then we provide an on-site chaplain service. This is not all-inclusive. I try to throw together the stuff that would make you realize how hard we work to be people first and to take people into consideration, not just put them on a line and forget about them and do your job and go home. Pay levels. Entry-level pay. The lowest paying job that we have starts off at $10.54 an hour. That requires no training. We do all the training there. That's anybody off the street that can pass a drug test and has, oh shoot, I'm sorry, I lost track. We have requirements on how many times you can work for us. We have had problems with people coming and working 3 months, leave 6 months, come back, work 3 months. Our cost of orienting a person into a job is about $5,000. At some point you reach your limit on how many times you're going to rehire somebody. We do a 3-step progression, hire at 60 days, and at 1 year they max out on the rate except for yearly cost of living increases. We do, however, y'all mentioned a quick start program. We have a quick start program that they can get to their max pay quicker as long as they meet the qualifications. The 1 year pay rates are $11.14 up to $15,000, so that equates to anywhere from $23,000 up to 30-something, $31,500 a year, and that's, people want to say the chicken plant. $31,500 is good money to work on a job that you don't have to have any kind of training for. No, you don't have to have a high school education, and we're willing to train you and put you in the job. Our maintenance pay ranges are from $12.78 to $18.48 right now. I did want to mention that we do partner with Chattahoochee Technical College. Shane Evans has been really good with working with us on that. We do have PLCs that people have to train for. They, on the spur of a moment, all I do is make a call, and they will put together programs for us. We had 4 maintenance men who just completed the program. They designed it for us with all the prerequisite classes to get them up to the PLC training that they needed. We sent those 4 maintenance men on company time, paid their way there and back, paid the cost for them. All they had to do was agree to stay with us for a year past the time we did the training with them. So we are providing training for people that we need extra training for. This is something else we've recently done. So we have certified jobs. We do have some jobs that are harder to fill because they're more labor intensive. The ones who debone product for chicken tenders, the breast, stuff like that, that's harder work. The people who hang live birds on the line, that's harder work. The people who I don't know if any of y'all ever buy the rotisserie chickens in the market, those are harder to tuck. Some of those jobs pay $13. The deli department pays $13.50. The deboners pay $14, and the live hangers pay $15 an hour. They just have to meet certification, which means there's certain limits they have to reach. So these $15 an hour jobs are totally unskilled labor. We train them, and that's a good living for somebody, especially when you got 2 family members working there. All right, I'm going to go into the turnover a little bit now. Some people who have high turnover are going to say that 53% annualized turnover is not a lot. It is for us because of how hard it is to get the jobs filled back again. And my goal is 44% for the year, so I'm not making my goal. The top 5 reasons this year so far: 3 days, no call, no show. That just means they quit showing up for work. We can't get in touch with them. We do, as part of our People First program, we try to, every day somebody doesn't call in to work, we try to call them. We try to make contact to see if there's something going on, whether we can help them or not. Second reason was that they went to another job. Third reason was that they were in jail. Fourth reason was absenteeism. Again, we do have an attendance policy. This is live product. It's a very lenient attendance policy. They could miss a day a month and never lose their job. A day a month. what was it? Somebody yesterday said that they were projecting 3. Yeah. We do counsel employees on every absenteeism point that they get. It's not like that they all of a sudden jump up and the points are there. They know exactly where they stand, and we talk to them and try to see if there's anything we can do to improve their attendance. And then others it's all related. They just disappear. They walked off the job, didn't tell their supervisor they were leaving, and didn't come back. We're averaging anywhere from 5 to 10 terminations a week. All right, here's the other side of it, new hires. If you look at the applicant flow this year, that's how many applications for employment we accepted. We take applications on site every day, Monday through Friday. January, 193, 131, 131, 76, 93, 81, and in July, 63. That number's going down, and it looks very bad for it to be going down, but not only is the number going down, the quality of the people who are applying is going down. Everybody has stories where you say you can't believe something like that would happen. I have people who come to apply for jobs in their pajamas and house shoes. What can you do? We don't let them in the door in house shoes. It's not safe. Our security guard escorts them back off the complex. We're averaging right now, for the last 4 weeks, hiring at the most 5 to 10 people a week. So as you can see, with the 5 to 10 terms, that's why I'm staying at my 90-something, have been a little over 100 short at times. All right, what have we done in the last 2 years to try to curb some of this terminations, some of this turnover? Years ago, you could walk into a place, and there's not many places in LJ right now that do not have a help wanted, now hiring, immediate hire sign posted up everywhere. And a lot of places don't drug test, don't I-9. We're certified with the image program. Everybody that we hire has to go through the I-9 process. Everybody is drug screened. Years ago, you used to hire somebody one day and they went to work the next day. They got on the line training. We decided that maybe that's why people were leaving. Our jobs are more labor intensive and repetitious. So we started doing a 2-week orientation program, which means 1 week mostly in classroom, learning all the safety facts they need to know to be safe in our facility, because we are a production line. Most jobs stand in one spot all day and the birds come to them through a high processing line. So there's a lot of equipment in there. Week 2 time is in the plant, but it's increased daily to ramp in so that they get used to their jobs. We have also hired full-time training staffs. We have 4 trainers on each shift. That is all they do. They orient new hires and they train them. My trainers are required. They work for me. They're required to know every job in the plant and be able to perform it to specifications of the job and train someone to do that. Not only do we do the 2-week orientation, but those people, new hires, are followed for 90 days. My trainers check up on them every once a week for the whole 90-day process to make sure there's not something else they need so that they're okay in their job. And we also started doing orientation on both shifts. We have a first and a third. It's hard to orient somebody on first shift and then throw them to third shift hours to work. We thought that might be part of the problem. So that's why we have trainers on both shifts and we do orientation on shifts separately. The certified pay rates I told you about on the earlier screen, the $13.50, the $14 and $15 an hour, that was a $1.7 million investment for Pilgrims, and it took a little while to talk them into it, but we thought that would really make a difference. What it has done is it rewarded the employees who have stayed with us longer and have become certified. Has it filled any empty jobs? No. I don't see any benefit so far from that, other than that maybe some of the ones who have stayed with us so long might have found something that paid more and could have left. But we did not drop down the number of jobs I have open. Prearranged absences. Since we do have an attendance policy, we now offer 5 days to every employee each year beginning in January that can be used in 2-hour increments to schedule doctor's appointments, school visits, whatever they need to do with their children. that doesn't count against them. They don't get points for it. All that is they have to prearrange it. Do we make emergency allowances? Yes. Somebody has a flat tire on the way to work, and instead of getting a point for being absent, snap a picture of your flat tire, bring it to me, and you don't get counted for being absent. But if they do it right and don't abuse it, which there's always going to be abuse, they can have 20 doctor's visits during the year and never cause them to have any kind of problem with their attendance. I talked a little bit about the employee rewards program, the days off with pay, but we try to make sure that everybody's recognized for the work they do. We recognize individuals, we recognize teams. All of that is with, some type of reward. Recognition goes a lot longer than anything else, just their name, their face, everything posted, but we try to make sure that there's monetary value associated with it too. We were talking about people not showing up on time and wanting to work the hours they want to work instead of the hours that we have scheduled. We can't change our work schedule. We start up at the same time every day. We finish at the same time every day. We've got live birds. It takes from the time we buy our breeder stock to start the process. From that day, 2 years later, we know how many birds are going to be there to be killed. So it takes a long time to change the process. We started offering part-time and flexible schedule programs to try to fill some of those jobs, and what we were going to do is we were going to take 2 people to fill 1 job and try to negotiate back and forth. I have 1 part-time person right now, and that's it. So even that didn't help. The onboarding program, in addition to following them up to the 90 days, when they're a new hire, we now have an onboarding program where we meet with them once a week all the way up till their 10th week of service, to the point where we have them meet with the complex manager, we serve them lunch. Each one of these meetings is for special reasons to check on those employees. So we're following them 10 weeks in, still trying to hang on to them. We do offer summer internships. We have several talent development programs within our location. We have an internal talent program where hourly people can go through the 6-month process and become a salaried supervisor program. We do external summer interns. I had one in my office this summer that was a Utah State student, MBA student that stayed with me for the summer, hoping to find permanent employment somewhere within Pilgrims at the end of the summer. And then also we work with Gilmer High School. They have a lot of students that like to come in, and we work with them so that they can get on the job. We can't work them. We let them be with somebody and shadow them so they can see what the real work life is going to be like. Again, our rule is our company's rule at 18. They cannot work on the line unless they're 18 years old because of the equipment that we have in the plant. But we do allow them to shadow and apprentice, not hands-on, but so that they can see what the real work life is like. And again, like I said, Chattahoochee has been very, very good to meet the needs of our company so far with maintenance. And the big deal there is that we're providing it to the employees free of charge, plus paying them for the time that they're there. All right. I told you the $200 retention bonus, effective Monday, we're replacing it. The $200 is not getting it. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to throw more money at it. Now we're going to offer a $1,000 sign-on bonus for new hires. We're changing it from 90 days to they have to be at 6 months of service. So if they make it 6 months, good standing means 4 attendance points or less, not written up for behaviors. $1,000. Okay, here's what my fear is that the path is we're going down. We're going to have to engineer out jobs. Those jobs will disappear forever. The company has invested in LJ $4 million. We hunted to correct what we thought would be the best automated deboning equipment, one of the hardest jobs we have. It will be installed by the end of October in LJ, and it will permanently do away with 35 to 40 of those jobs. And right now I have those jobs filled. Those are the ones that are making the higher rate of pay. We're going to try to shift those people into some of those higher rate of pay jobs. But the ones that we're still having trouble filling are still going to be open. But again, all that money I talked about that we're pumping into the economy, that much money is going to go away from payroll taxes. And we're actively right now going through the entire complex trying to find any jobs that we can engineer out. We have worked with several, our corporate office, but me individually, I've worked with several charitable organizations, Catholic charities in particular, trying to look at resettlement opportunities to get people into the community. Right now, as I see it, and Paige gave the statistic out yesterday, Paige Green, the president of the chamber there in Gilmer County, 40% of our eligible aged workforce in LJ is not working. We don't know if it's their choice, whatever. 40% of them are not working. And it's not because there's not jobs. There are jobs available. I don't know why they're not working, but they're not. But our roadblocks on resettlement opportunities is that in LJ in particular, we don't have affordable housing available to them that I can offer to Catholic charities. That was one of their requirements. And we don't have enough public transportation at a reasonable rate. So what we're working on right now also is we're going to try to continue to find ways to reward our current employees for their service and loyalty. We do have an extremely dedicated staff of employees that have been there many, many years. We've got people that have been there over 50 years. And like me, some of them are going to reach the end of their work life that they can work at the rate they're working before long. We're seeing people starting to retire. So that will be another gap in our employment availabilities, is the age of our community. All right, what are we doing now? Telemedicine. I heard Speaker Ralston speak to that a few weeks ago in LJ. August the 24th, we're having a benefit fair. On September 1st, the LJ complex is going to be part of a pilot program for pilgrims. We're going to offer a live health online, free or at low cost to our employees. If they carry our medical insurance, the live health online will be free to them. The company's going to eat the cost, which would, we offer an HRA, a health reimbursement account, to every employee who takes out insurance. So if me as a family, I have $1,000 a year for my health reimbursement account. My first $1,000, no matter what I do, I can use it, no money out of my pocket. After that, I have to make deductible, and after I make my deductible, then the insurance starts paying. This telemedicine won't affect my HRA account. It doesn't hit it, and it will show up as part of my copay, so the company part of it. So it is it's a win-win. This is the first time in a long time we've had a win-win on the medical part of it. I'll be glad to get back with y'all anytime if anybody wants to hear once we get this up and going and see what kind of success. Y'all got to hear the Piedmont Hospital talk about the ER services. A lot of our employees are those people that are going to use the ER because they don't go to the doctor during the week. And one trip to the ER uses up their health reimbursement account, and they have no more money for the rest of the year. We're also doing stay interviews now, which is when somebody leaves and that 3-day no call, they're not going to answer the phone. You try to find out why they left. You can't get in touch with them. So now we're having interviews with every employee we have, from me to the person who just got hired, to find out, asking questions, what could help us keep them there. So we're approaching it ahead of the game and try to see if there's any questions we can get answered as to what we're doing wrong. And my big project I'm getting ready to start working on is providing daycare for our employees' children. I don't know what the company's liability is going to be on it yet. I've got to work with compliance in our legal department to find out. I have a feeling it's probably going to have to be somebody that we contract to do that. We may have to pay for the facility, but we do have a Piggly Wiggly that just went out of business right across the street from it. That would be very convenient. I don't know yet that I can get it, but I have been given permission to start researching. Don't know that it will be come through, but I do think it will help us if we can provide daycare for our employees at cost, not free, at cost, at whatever the company's cost is what would be. All right, so get to the end of it. Our perspective for LJ, again, across the mountain, it's going to be different than what it is for Dalton. Dalton is in a little bit different situation. We need to be able to attract a larger workforce to LJ and more people to choose from. Like I said, I've talked to so many business owners, and everywhere you go in LJ, there's signs plastered up that need help, and can't even get them to work more than one day at Wendy's. doing hamburgers. They show up one day, the next day they don't show up. So I don't have a lot of hope of keeping them in a plant where they're having to do physical labor if they won't work at Wendy's for a day. We don't have the affordable housing to attract a workforce. I found that out with Catholic Charities already. We just don't have, and I'm not talking about free housing, I'm just talking about affordable. We're a weekend community, a lot of second homeowners, and the intern that worked for me this summer ended up having to rent a room and live in the house with people she didn't know. Is the only way she could afford to live with me, with us for 12 weeks. We don't have low-cost public transportation to attract a workforce either. And then I'll just throw this in there because we've talked so much about soft skills and what's going on. I have personally been able to sit down and talk with employees about their attendance, what's going on, why are they out all the time, bouncing back and forth. And I've had people who've confided in me that they receive government subsidies, their own programs where they get food stamps, they get all this other, that they can only make so much money or they lose whatever subsidies they have. They make the financial decision for their family that it's better for them to keep that subsidy and lose their job, and then they'll go hunt for another job when it comes time when they can make more money again. So I'm dealing with people that are in that position as well, and I can't compete with that. There's not anything I can do about that. All right, like I said, I'm sure I had a ton more notes. I'm sure I've skipped over. I try to cover it as fast as I can. I'll make sure to give my number to Tim. Anybody that wants to talk one-on-one, like I said, I'm so passionate about trying to keep everybody that has dedicated so much time to us to keep that place working efficiently and not work everybody to death, and make it be where they can have the family time they need with their families. But I'll be glad to speak one-on-one with anybody they want to or answer questions. I know y'all are wanting to get out of here. It's late, but if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them best I can.
Any questions? Thank you for putting that last item up there. It's actually going to be something we're going to attempt to address in one of our upcoming meetings, especially is looking at the alphabet soup of agencies that offer the benefits and see if there's some type of sliding scale or graduated approach as someone earns more money, because we want them to do better for themselves and for their families.
Absolutely.
And most human beings' nature is to want to do better for each other, but we understand that, you know, if somebody hits a threshold at $23,000 and going to $23,001 means that they lose $20 or $30 or $40,000 worth of benefits that are helping them with child care, helping them with housing. They can't afford to do that. It's just not, it's simply not feasible for them. So we're going to be looking pretty hard at that.
They were honest with me when they told me that financially it was a decision that they had to make.
And we've heard that several times so far.
If it would be possible for some way to just reduce the benefit, I mean, if they're provided a 40-hour-a-week job, they need to work the 40-hour-a-week job and then reduce the benefit where it still evens out, where they still don't just kill their family financially.
Yeah, and that's what, either a sliding scale on all of the benefits as a package, or either a step scale where if we don't have the flexibility to do a sliding scale, that once they hit a certain threshold, they may lose that one particular thing, but they're able to keep other things. And then as they progress up the salary schedule, that they would graduate themselves off of it, but not to the point that it harms them financially and their kids financially.
Well, like I said, I appreciate being here. This was dual purpose for me. I hope y'all get something out of it, but I really hope that y'all can do something to help me too.
Amen. Tom?
How many in here have ever taken a tour of a poultry complex? Well, I would encourage everybody in here, if you would like to come to LJ or Canton and take a tour of the poultry complex to see what it's like from the egg to when it's shipped out. It's a very interesting process, and you'll just really be surprised at the results and how clean it is and that kind of thing. And we're doing all we can with Pilgrims to try to feed the world, and just like y'all, we need workers. But we'd love to have everybody out and just take a tour. We can set it up anytime. Okay?
Tom?
Mm-hmm. We have a policy of no video equipment in the processing plant.
Well, it's been bothering me for the last month and a half, and one
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew anything, and that thing knows I wasn't.
Yeah. The biggest thing I look for when somebody's applying for a job, not many people want to work specifically with live birds. That's a big trigger right there. If it's somebody that just has to be with live birds, doesn't mean that they're going to be a person who's trying to cause problems, but it's an indicator that we need to watch that person.
Mm-hmm.
But the incident you're talking about, we do animal welfare training. Everybody in the complex gets animal welfare training multiple times a year. Now it's even stricter than it was prior to. Not just our employees, contractor employees are trained. And I think it was a contractor that, in that case, not one of our employees, but it was a contractor that was caught.
But they did have a particular one out there.
Yeah. Yeah. You can train the best you can train, but there's always going to be somebody that's going to do the wrong thing if you're not right on top of them all the time. Not particularly just with live birds, anything. Anybody's going to get away with what they do. Yes, just intentionally, just to cause problems, yes.
Sharon.
Briefly, how many people each week each month, when you said you hire 5 to 10, how many people that came and applied for a job failed the drug test?
It used to be a lot more than it is now. It's a smaller percentage that actually fail the drug test because we advertise that we test.
Okay, and so I know, different communities don't talk about a drug problem. I understand about this sliding scale and about benefits, and I think that really is something that needs to be looked at. But would you say in that young people's group where you're saying they're not employed, a great deal of that is due to drugs?
Yes.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the agenda for today. And I know everybody's ready to get on the road. I'm just looking real quick for our next dates. Next meeting will be in Metter on September 6th and 7th, so both days will be there in Metter. Information has already gone out to the council members on booking your hotel room, so if you haven't already, make sure you do quickly. And other than that, Mr. Chairman, you got anything? Just
Safe travels.
Safe travels home. Thank you very much.